live. So, hello and welcome to everyone who's able to join us for the live stream. As always, a big thank you to Team Rewatch. It's much appreciated. I am joined today by the amazing Nicole Brona, and you may know her as the author of Obsidian Murders, Murderous Fairies, and yes, Midnight Murders. And I'm holding off reading this because I need a book for Nicole.
Oh, well.
I'm going to miss these characters, so I'm holding off. But they've been such a fun read. But today, we're going to be chatting about something different as well. But I wanted to get the plug in. So before we go to the other books, Nicole, where can people find your books? The why do I always get it wrong? The Midnight Detective Agency, as well as your other works. Hey, Jen.
Oh, it's Jen. Oh, it's three people that are fantastic. Hi. I can be found on Amazon. I have two names. If you type in Nicole Pierman, which is my given name, Nicole Brona will also pop up. But Nicole Brona is just urban fantasy, and then Nicole Pierman is poetry, historical fiction, and historical fantasy. I just give all the things out. So many different genres. Whatever tickles your fancy. And it's just on Amazon at the moment. So I'm not wide, I'm just on Amazon. But I think what we talked about last time, I know there are a lot of people that are not fans of Amazon right now, but when you do print on demand, they will print on demand with a distribution center closest to you. It's not necessarily in the United States. Yeah.
Ontario, they all say Bolton, Ontario. So I agree. People have an issue with Amazon. I get it. But one, it's the only way I can find my American author friends because I haven't seen, sadly, the books in the stores here. I'm certainly not going to find them in my thrift store. And when I buy from Amazon, I am keeping people in my city employed who all work through the center. I am providing work to Bolton, Ontario, and the people who print all these books off. So, yep, I get it. And I can't get them through my library either. So, you know what? I want to support my author friends. I enjoy the reads. And yeah, there's no Canadian alternative. There isn't another alternative. So sorry, I'm not kicking Bezos in the pants because there's a ripple effect. And it isn't just Bezos who would get kicked in the pants. And I just can't let other people go unemployed.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
There's that
Really
big picture.
Yeah, well, I was recently speaking to a couple people about just like books in general, how a lot of countries just don't have access to it. And it's getting like a little better because of like Kindles or the app on a phone, but then you have to have a Kindle or like a phone at least there's something better than just physical copies now. But oh yeah, even in the UK, it's hard to get a lot of books, and you would think not, but nope, it's hard, and that's just unfortunate for readers or potential readers.
Well, and that's the thing is, like up here, I need to get it done because I know I talked to Margaret about this too, is putting in a request to my library to get those books available. Because I mean, I think especially like the detective agency, there are so many people who would love reading this. Now, is yours considered young adult?
No, it's adult.
It's adult. Okay. Because there really isn't spicy. I mean, I could see high school kids reading this far more than a Sarah J. Maas,
Yeah.
just as an
Hmm.
example, right? But I mean, this is an amazing series of books that people would enjoy. I mean, if you
Hmm.
love vampires and, different creatures and all of that, people can certainly relate to Tessa and especially now. And I know when I finished school was, you've got this big idea what you want to do for a career and, you know, then life happens and the universe goes, yeah, I'm glad you got that. Good on you. Yeah, no, you're going to do this for work. And it's like,
Yeah.
but it's like, so we can really relate to what Tessa's going through, even if we don't get a cool pal like Bloodsworth and a neat job that, just totally fits the niche. And in book two, I can't lie. So jealous, regular paycheck, just waiting for the phone call. I'm like, no, I had to go to work.
Yeah.
It didn't work like that for me. But, on the other hand, couldn't do what she did either. So
Yeah.
it's all good.
Yeah. It's a balance where it's like you're on call and you're being paid like 100K or so, but you're seeing dead bodies and like you
Yeah.
have to, so it's like, I mean, it's great, but then also you kind of see a little bit of a issue at the end with Midnight Murders. It's just it gets heavy. And I
Mm.
think because um I've had some people say that Midnight Murders is like a little darker, but that they could see how it got a little darker because yes, she can see other beings and all that stuff, but she's not an other being and she
Mm.
doesn't she's still 22, you know. So the private investigator and investigative reporting, even with a 500-year-old vampire that has all those years, it's
Yeah.
still a lot of a human. And so also, you know, the third book involves Irish mobsters, so it's going to be a little violent.
Well, there we go. Well, and I like too how you talked about, she needing a break and time to decompress. Because,
Mhm.
I mean, the first one, and it wasn't gruesome in terms of, all descriptive and what happened. But yeah, she's still dealing with two dead bodies. And then, of course, there's more in book two, but that still takes a toll. I mean,
Mhm.
even Bloodworth, if I recall correctly, makes a comment about it and, is very nice and checks in with her and, how
Mhm.
are you doing? How are you holding up? And I think that's really important because quite often in those types of books, you don't really see that kind of interaction or even thought. I think partly
Mhm.
because on TV, you never see those actors have a meltdown. It's
Mhm.
just dead body investigation, catch the guy. Next week, dead body, catch the guy or gal. I guess I shouldn't,
Yeah. Mhm.
differentiate and catch the person. How is that? So I don't
Yeah.
piss anybody off. And then the next week, right? They don't
Mhm.
rarely, when I watched TV, and it's been less and less, I think I'm averaging 2 hours a week for the
Mm,
last 3 weeks.
that's
Um,
good.
well, because there just isn't anything on, and we're working through Farscape, which I enjoy,
Uh,
but I'm so far behind on my reading because I'll, Captain Makeup and
mhm.
all that shit distraction just threw everything off the rails. Like the personal studies I had planned. Yeah, no, I finally started one book yesterday,
Mhm.
and that's not going to go well. And I did put it in my community post because I finally started reading Genesis, and it's like, yeah, no, this ain't going to fit. I'll just go back.
Mhm.
This is going to be research. Don't think I can do this front to back, but we'll see. I've got other books about it, so I'll read those and see if I can get past that. what the hell do you mean there was one couple and now there's 8 billion people? And where did Cain's wife come from? And oh, because I went to a Catholic public school.
Oh. Hmm.
Yeah, see, issues brought back
Yeah.
old issues. And I can see my old teacher's face going, I can't even remember what explanation she gave me because it just sounded like crap to me then. And I'm pretty sure
Hmm.
at 61 it wouldn't sound any better. It's like, I'm not buying this. Sorry. Like, the other
Yeah.
stories, yeah, I can get me behind some of those in the lessons, but no, just no. So
Yeah.
the reading has gone off the rails, the TV's gone out the window, the personal programs went off the rails. But ooh, while I was waiting to start, I finally started getting
Oh,
my care tree all together. So
that's cute.
the little cards that I mentioned of all the people that I've met through YouTube and the
Hmm.
spiraling out, there's over 60 people. So
Oh, that's nice.
I have a card for everybody, and
Mm.
I've got their name and how I met them and are we connected on like Voxer or email, and then those days when I'm going, why am I still here? Then I can look at my tree and go,
Hmm.
I'm not alone.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
yay! I'm not going through all this crap by myself
Hmm.
either. So yeah, we'll see what Tiki does with that.
Maybe a little nibble. Maybe
Well,
5 nibbles. Maybe.
not sure. It'll be because if they even move or sound, she's not here
Hmm.
now, thank goodness, and it's going to be up on a bookcase.
Oh
But
yeah.
she walks up along there.
Hmm.
So, you know, it could become a cat toy, and I'll have to start all over again with the
Yeah.
cards, find a higher place. But
Mm.
so today we were going to chat Hunger Games, which you know much better than I. I've read
Hmm.
them, but I didn't love them. But
Hmm.
you really enjoyed them, and I'll explain why I have a bias about them. But I also wanted to talk about Divergent, which I know you said I think you haven't read or seen the
No.
movies,
No.
but I do want to do a comparison with Beatrice and Katniss, and because you
Hmm.
know Hunger Games so well, and I have to say, for me, like your Hunger Games,
Hmm.
this series has a special place because they were a gift from one of my students.
Oh.
And it was so, so sweet. But it took me forever to read them. I actually saw the movies before I read the books, which
Hmm.
sometimes I do it in opposite order. But in this case, I ended up watching all the movies first. But what I didn't realize at the time, because I looked at the size, I was like a lot of
Hmm.
my students, not as in the reading for me was easy. But when I see a chunker like this, and even the
Hmm.
Stephen King books seem bigger, I'm like, yeah, no, probably something smaller I can get through.
Yeah.
But what I didn't realize is
Oh, it's
how
big.
big the
Hmm.
print is. So I could knock these off in like a day and a half, 2 days. But the other thing that got me, when I need a book to tell me about the books,
Uh-huh.
it's getting to be a little too much on the brain.
Yeah.
Like Obsidian Murder, like I can handle an Obsidian Murders. The other is too big. But so Hunger Games, why are they special to you? Because I know that you enjoyed them, and
Mhm.
I've seen your videos, and I almost bought Hamish's story after watching your video, and I happened to be in Indigo for the first time in
Mhm.
eons, and I'm like, I'm gonna wait. But he is a character that, yeah, would be
Mhm.
interesting to read about. Okay, I'll shut up now and let you
No,
talk.
I read it actually when I was in community college. I didn't read it as a teenager, just because I wasn't reading as much. I was reading books that my grandmother owned or that my mom or godmother, like would buy. So we didn't have that much disposable income. Um, and then I heard about the movie first, and then I picked up the box set, which I actually still have. Um, so it's a very good box set. It was like for $25 or something like that. I snagged it.
Nice.
Whoop, I saw that on sale. Like, boop, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And I was going through a really hard time, so I did need like some type of distraction. Not to say like the Hunger Games is easy. It's not a comfortable read, but it was
It
a
was different from
yeah,
what you
it
were
was
going through.
yeah, and there was also actually great representation of PTSD. I think she does a great Suzanne Collins does a great job. So there was that connection, and it was also really hard hitting because she has said quite a few times that she was inspired by a bunch of things, but like a main thing was she was flipping through the channels, and one channel was hard hitting news, combat, air, just bullets all over the place.
Yeah.
And then she flips through to another channel and it's reality TV like housewives,
Yeah. Yeah.
and then like she's going back and forth and then she's realizing how blurred it can be and that it can be very blurred when it comes to real life as well.
Mm.
And you see that a lot with propaganda. And she was actually, or her father was in the military, so what you would call a military brat. That is not an insult. So anyone that says,
Yeah.
just letting anyone know, I'm not. That's what they call themselves. My
Yep.
husband's.
Yep.
So she was traveling, the world as with
Mm.
her father, as a kid, and so she also knows a lot about uh, military history and big um, points in time of war and propaganda
Mhm.
and what technology has done to like so many countries and even like technology of not just the 20th or 21st century but also coins and making coins with like Caesar's face on them or Cleopatra's face on them. And how does that is propaganda? You're putting out a specific look.
Mm.
How technology has helped fuel not just propaganda but revolutions and
Mm.
war and crime and authoritarianism, just everything that can possibly be used against people. Technology is good and bad, but
Yeah.
then that's how she came up with the idea also with the Hunger Games because of the Colosseum and Rome. They didn't
Mm.
necessarily have children fighting. Then again, like they would probably consider like a 14-year-old an adult
Mm.
during ancient Rome. So that's not too far off, but it's not like a what the Hunger Games is that there was something uh, nuclear war, and then we don't know about any other of the countries. It's just
Right.
North America. Don't even know about South America, but then that happened, and then the capital rose up but the other district said, no. And so then there was a civil war, and it still turns out the capital won, and that's why we have the Hunger Games to remember the death and the suffering. And so that's why one boy and one girl from each district is chosen between 12 and 18 years old. And it's televised, so everyone lives in a state of fear.
Mm.
And that goes back to the flipping of channels with oh here's a reality TV show and they're fighting over a man. Oh, there's like the
Yeah.
worst thing for them ever. Like oh, instead of just like getting rid of the man, but that's fine. Um, not worth it, ladies, but okay. And then
If
going
dude
over
needs to be
to,
on a reality show to get a
yeah,
partner, it ain't the dude you want. Just and
no,
same with the woman too.
yeah, yeah,
I don't even know why those shows are popular, but we digress. I
yeah.
digress. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was flipping through like the ridiculousness, and it's highly produced.
Oh yeah.
Reality TV is not reality. Um, and then going back to like war zones, and it's
Mm,
televised, and there there does need to have transparency there, but after a certain point, you can get desensitized if you see violence enough, and
yep.
that's pretty hard. So it's mixing both of those,
Sorry.
and I think that is why it's so popular, and it is young adult dystopian, but how she writes it and the topics at hand and all of the symbolism and the some people relate to Katniss, other people don't. I think it's more like it's so fascinating. That's why it's not just for young adults. It's
Mm,
really for everyone. And I think when it hits 20 years old, which is in about like 2 years or something, it will be considered
wow.
a classic literature at this point because it's so popular. I think it's like maybe don't quote me on the numbers, but like I think 20 million books sold about
Wow.
that. And I think that is a modern, what they would call modern classic. And I can
Hmm.
see why. I wasn't thinking that when I was reading in,
Yeah.
community college, but it really has stand the test of time. And also, I think the movies helped a lot because it's a good visual as well.
Mm,
They're pretty close to the books. I know like there's some changes, but I would say like 95% close to the book.
really? See, I've
Yeah.
never seen the movies, and I'm surprised just at, like, wow, I didn't realize it was 20 years ago that they started. And it's funny, I did actually own the box set at one point, and when I was leaving high school and I knew I'd be leaving this resource room, I sold off all my books to the students at like a massive
Mm-hmm.
discount price. And so I sold my set to someone, and they got the pin that had come with it and that as well. And I never read them, but the students were always talking about them, and it's probably one of the few series I hadn't read that they were all talking about. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
same with Divergent and that. I read it, like I say, just a few years ago, so years after I had left.
Mm-hmm.
But with the Hunger Games, it's interesting to hear you talk about them with the background information, which would have made a difference for me had it been discussed that way.
Mm-hmm.
Besides hearing about the games and the movies, we had one of these motivational speakers come in, and I mean, we'd had a number of them over the years, but this one in particular came in and talked about the Hunger Games, and she was very much against it. And the way she started the description was kids hunting kids. Why are we reading about kids hunting kids? And that was her whole viewpoint about the stories, like nothing related to what you were just talking about or what
Mm-hmm.
motivated Suzanne Collins to write this series. And I think that's why it's really important. And, whether it's on BookTube or doing a presentation, to really be mindful of how you're describing a book.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, not that it turned the kids off because, they're teenagers. Woohoo, there's killing. Give me that book. So, opposite
Yeah.
effect of what the speaker I'm thinking was trying to get across. Sort
Yeah.
of like banning books. Oh, you want to ban that? What books are on the list? And I'm reading those puppies like
Oh
yesterday.
yeah. That's me.
Yeah.
I'm petty. I will read that shit. Let's go. That's happened quite a few times on BookTube.
Right? But so, I mean, to hear you talk about it, and well, actually, the two I got on audiobook, my library cracks me up. I mean, it's
Mm.
huge. There's 17 branches. I live in well, the city is almost 500,000 people. To me, it's
Oh.
huge. If I was in
Hmm.
Toronto, I wouldn't still be here. Like, that's too many people too close for my little brain.
Yeah.
But so they don't, I don't think they had the physical copies, but they had the first
Mm.
two in Libby.
Mm.
And then I thought, well, great, I'll just knock off the series. So I had it playing while I was doing other stuff because I can't just sit and listen. My mind's like, it just doesn't stay put. And I didn't know how to speed it up at that
Mm.
time. So listening to it at the normal, way too slow.
Hmm.
But they didn't have the third book on audio. They had it on a CD. I'm like, oh, for the love of Pete. And then for a while, there were tons of the Hunger Games. I mean, I could have easily bought the whole series again at the thrift store for like $15.
Hmm.
Then I started looking for the third one after I'd heard these two, not to be found anywhere. I'm like, where the hell did they all go?
Mm.
Then I found out there were new books in this series. So, of
Oh.
course, everybody was scooping them
Oh.
up
Oh. Yeah.
all over the place, right? But I finally did get a copy of Mockingjay. So I got to read and finish off the series. And I mean, even reading it, like you were saying, there's so much to it. There's
Yeah.
the games themselves, there's the people in the
Hmm.
city and how they're described and how they behave. And then you've got all the different districts,
Hmm.
right? And then we've got Katniss who comes up to take her sister's place and everything that flows from that and the relationships and so many things, right? Each book kind of takes you along to what's happened. And when I was reading it, and I can't think of the author's name right now, but it reminded me of the short story The Lottery, which I
Oh,
need to
Shirley
read
Jackson.
again.
Shirley Jackson.
Is that
Hmm.
because I know we did that when I was in English classes, and I can remember the premise of it. And it was one of those like Mockingjay, and to some extent like Divergent. It's one of those, we've always done it this way, so we're going
Hmm.
to keep doing it this way.
Yeah.
And I can't, I've got to find a copy of The Lottery again because I can't remember. I know it has to do with picking stones and things happening in relation to the population. Um, but that's about all I can remember of it. You'd think after doing it 8 or 10 or more times, I'd have it like
Mm.
blazed in my brain, but nope, there's too many other books and short stories in there.
Yeah. Yeah, that one is like I think it's just one person. I think it's just one person in yeah, a lottery system where you just pull out a random name and then they stone that person. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Hmm.
that's what it was. And Jen
Yeah.
saying, sorry, I got a dry cough today. Lottery always packs a punch. One of my favorite stories to teach, should be available to read it free online. Awesome. I will check that out. And we also have Gavin joining us. And Jen was saying she loves the Hunger Game trilogy, hasn't read either of the two latest books in the series, and she enjoyed Divergent as well. So, yeah. So just quickly
Hmm.
with Divergent, because like I say, they're three honking books, but the print is huge.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I read the books
Hmm.
because they didn't finish the movies. That was
Oh.
a crap move
Yeah.
because for some reason, I think, yeah, Allegiant is the last one. For some
Hmm.
reason, they divided it in 2 parts, but never
It might have
made
been.
part 2.
Oh, maybe they're. I heard. Well, because that's what they did for the Hunger Games, and they were. It kind of came after the Hunger Games, and
Hmm.
they were kind of trying to do some Hunger Games success. But yeah, I remember the movies not doing that well. But also, people were upset with the last book because of spoilers. I won't say, but I know the spoiler at the end. One second,
Mm.
I'm very Halo-y. 1 second.
See, mine was like
There we
that
go.
too, but the sun's moved farther over because I'm like, "Do I have to close the
Oh
curtain?"
yeah,
It's like, "Nah, I won't blind them too bad."
yeah. I was like,
But
I
yeah.
have my face as a Halo. Let's not do that. Yeah, okay. I know the end of that book, and
Hmm.
people were really pissed off. Yeah, because of someone something. Um,
Well, it's so
and
different from the movies too.
oh, is it? Oh,
Oh, yeah, it can end the same way.
yeah. I mean, that's a, I don't know how, I know like the basics, but then I really, yeah, thank you. Uh, because I was, when did it come out? Okay. I know that I read The Hunger Games way after it came out because,
Hmm. Well,
I was poor. Divergent came out
well, see,
when?
library cards are amazing. I mean, for the longest time, I used the library regularly, even though I'd always bought some of my
Mhm.
own books. The library is an excellent resource.
Yeah, we didn't have one nearby. Okay, so the
Mm.
Divergent series didn't come out. Wait, it was 2011 to 2013. So then oh yeah, Hunger Games is old. Hunger Games books. That was like 2008.
Hmm.
Huh, that is. Okay, yeah, the first book in the Hunger Games was 2008. Ooh, my memory. Amazing.
Very good.
Yeah, so I know I did miss quite a few of the cool stuff. I managed to read Twilight though because
Oh,
so
God.
many they printed so many books of Twilight that you could go to Goodwill and get all of them for $1. That's that's how I got
Oh,
it. That's
oh.
And then like the other pretty big series that I read was the Inheritance Cycle, The Dragons, by Christopher Paolini. Those were
I
the
haven't
only
read
two big
that
ones.
one, but I think I've heard of some of those.
Yeah, it's 4 books. Um, they are chunky monkeys.
Mm.
Um,
It
but
seems to be the new thing, like,
yeah, that
wow.
was actually from I read that the first book in middle school, and it just happened to be like my mom had some extra money, so we got that first book. It's called Aragon. And
Yeah,
at first
I've
I was
seen
like,
those at the thrift store. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, so then I was like, well, this could last for a year. Because I'm thinking, because I'm in middle school and I'm like, it's got dragons. I mean, yes, but it's really scary big. But
Mm.
positively, it could last a year. No, I actually read it in like 3 months because it was that good.
Nice.
So that was a feat in of itself as a middle schooler. It gave me actually a lot of confidence and it got me into fantasy. And then it was Twilight, but then I was like, why is everyone liking it? But I $1 at Goodreads, where we great deal. And then yeah, Hunger Games in 2012. Like there's big gaps. I've only read like those 3 main things and then like not even Hunger Games when it's supposed to be, for young adults. I've just caught up now. That's what's happening as an adult with a job. We love
But
to
you
see.
know what? There's so many things out there. I mean, I had Veronica Roth's series sitting on my shelf for at least 8 or 9 years before I read it. And I mean, it'll
Oh,
continue to stay with me because, like I say, it was a
hmm,
gift. So when I see them, I
yeah.
don't think of that series. I think of Cody who gave them to me, and I can see
Oh,
his cute little face. And yeah, it was special. And what was I gonna say? Oh, Twilight.
Yeah, it's not great.
Vampires don't twinkle.
No.
Ongoing raging debate in my resource room because
Mhm.
of course Twilight was the big dealio at that time, and of course at the same time Vampire Diaries, and then
Oh
the
yeah.
originals came on, so you had Klaus and Elijah, and then you had Edward, and
Mhm.
then we had Dracula, and it would be funny. Well, yeah, because I mean they were never overheated, but we had a group of students who were all Vampire Diaries, Dracula. Then we
Mhm.
had the Twilight fans. And so the discussion always started with, because it was my resource room, vampires don't twinkle, so just forget it. It ain't happening. And they're like, well, you have to read a book. You can't just sit. And I'm like, all right, fine. So I read one, and I'm
Uh-huh.
like, I'm not reading any more of this crap. I'm glad you guys love Edward. I'm glad you guys love Bella. I am not reading the next three books. They're all freaking huge. I
Mhm.
enjoyed Marked, which
Yeah.
was the 13-book series written by a mother and daughter. And it's
Mm.
basically vampire school. It's basically
Oh.
Hogwarts for vampires,
Mhm.
but they're not chunky monkeys.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, I'm reading Marked, and you guys keep reading Sparkles because I don't care. And then there'd be another student because I was always Team Stefan. And they're like, no, Klaus is better. I'm like, no, Klaus is a douche. And he is not a nice person. So I'm sure some people going past the resource room going, what the hell are they talking about? This isn't anything. It's like we're talking characters and their books and
Yeah.
their interest in literature. So, you know, go ahead. Convince me Edward is a vampire. Good luck. But they were reading. I
Yeah.
mean, the nice thing is, because like I say, the books are freaking massive, but
Mhm.
they were checking through them, and it got them talking. And the funny thing is, without even realizing, they were talking English class, setting, plot, character
Mhm.
development, maturity, all that.
Yeah.
But to them, they were just arguing with me about vampires. And I'm like, I love when you have those teachable moments and they don't know you're teaching because they're just having
Yep.
fun.
Yep.
It's the best thing. But yeah, so with Divergent, I think I heard different things, that there was going to be a part two to the movie to and a conclusion. But then I also heard there were talks about doing it as a series.
Mm.
Neither developed. So it just
Oh.
ended at a certain point, which is, like I say, because they made changes, there are some things the same. And I'm actually planning to read a book, watch the movie, and write out the changes, kind of do a book
Mhm.
versus movie. Um, but there were some massive differences from the books.
Mhm.
And because no spoilers, yeah, the way they ended part one of the movie, there's no way they can have the same conclusion as the book, because different things happen with characters in the book that you
Mhm.
ain't coming back from that.
Oh
So,
yeah.
you know, but the thing with Divergent, they had their 5 groups versus the 12 districts, like in Hunger Games. So
Mhm.
they've got the different qualities. You had
Mhm.
abnegation, amity, which is the peaceful people. You had abnegation, which were the selfless ones, which is what Beatrice is born into. You had the erudites, who are supposed to be the brains of the
Mhm.
group, candor, brutally honest, and then dauntless, who were the brave risk takers and kind of not really police force, but sort of, because they were all over the place and traveled the city. And so
Mm,
again, you have, I guess it's called dystopia, when it's, the world's had a huge calamity. And
mm,
so in this case, you have these groups of people, and I think it's, if I remember, it's Chicago, and they're basically
mm,
within this parameter of the city, because they're like, the buildings are all falling apart, and you're not supposed to go past this barrier because there's a
mm.
huge fence keeping them in. But outside of that fence is another society. And
Oh.
you find out much
Mm,
farther in the books that this society is observing them, because there's
mm,
been this huge whatever happened, and they're trying to determine certain things about humanity and all of that. So basically they've left these people enclosed there, but never told them that there's this other higher functioning tech society that also survived.
mm, mhm,
Now, Beatrice is a very different character from Katniss, partly because all these groups have food and work together for the
mhm,
most part. But what they and so each person at a certain age, which this didn't make sense to me, because Beatrice and her brother, there's a big ceremony, and they go and pick what group they want to be in. So, although they're born and raised in one of these five groups, they get to choose which of the groups they want to belong to. And so Beatrice is raised in abnegation. So you wear plain clothes, you don't look at yourself in the mirror. Hey,
mm.
Alan. Um,
Hello.
and you're always helping other people. Hey, Noah.
Hello.
And so you pick which group you want to be in, and she picks Dauntless, even though she's
Mm,
this scrawny individual. And it's a rough and tough group. The trains are still going through the city,
mm,
and there's all kinds of tests, and she really has to physically build herself up to pass in this group. So somewhat like Katniss. I mean, Katniss already has all those hunting skills and abilities and strength. For Beatrice, she has to develop them, because
mhm,
she's used to being selfless and not outspoken and rough and tough. And it's interesting to see her character develop. And is she going to even
mm,
survive all this testing? Because it's very rough, it's rugged.
mm,
There are people who don't want her to succeed. Not a conspiracy, they're just douchebags. But you really see that development and changes with her. And then, like Katniss, Beatrice, who then goes by Trish, needs to make a decision. Is she going to come forward and reveal things? Or, how's that all going to play out? And she's really an interesting character. And unlike Violet in Fourth Wing, who also
mhm,
has, that has to struggle. She goes from being a scribe to suddenly her mom 6 months before wants her to be a dragon rider. And actually, Ven and I were just talking about this the other day. I mean, it's no secret I didn't like Fourth Wing. I wanted
mhm.
more dragons. So the
Yeah.
last 130 pages was good. There was storytelling there that included the dragons. But the stuff beforehand, no. And I think
Mhm,
I had a big problem with Violet, not just because she was always thinking and wanting to climb Xaden, but because there's the part as well about she had all these physical issues. So she wasn't strong, and she was in a lot of pain. She had to wrap things, and her mother would have known that. But as someone who lives with chronic pain, I'm like, there's just no way. That little
mhm,
chickapoo was going to get on that dragon, even with making accommodations. That's not
Yeah.
how living with chronic pain works. You
Hmm.
weren't talking, she was taking morphine or heroin on a regular basis because that's pretty much all that would have got her through day by day. So it was just,
Hmm.
I couldn't relate to her. Trish, on the other hand, is, I mean, she's not, working out Miss Muscular, but she has to work damn hard to get to the other side and to be able to be part of Dauntless. And it's a realistic thing that she could, with all that practice and everything else, she could get to the other side and become this different person. And I mean,
Hmm.
there's also issues of family because I mean, she had to decide to leave her family to go to the other group because it's not like you visit back and forth all the time.
Mm.
And if you don't succeed in the group that you pick, you become, oh, there's a term for them. I don't think it's the nameless, but you basically end up just, you wander, you have no group and no assured living.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's I just want to check because I've noticed, okay, we've been saying hi and how's everyone doing, which is great. Okay, so Alan, oh, first Alan enjoyed Mockingjay. Okay, so he liked the Hunger Games. Didn't like Fourth Wing that much either. Yeah, I think you DNF'd it, Alan, if I remember. I went right to the end, but I did not read the next two. I had Ven do that and give me reports. Bless him. Saved me time. I had other books.
Yeah.
Someone new to fantasy. I enjoyed it. Yeah, and Noah and I, we had a big chat about this. But I can see and understand people who aren't new to it can find it meh. Yeah, see, for me, when I was reading it, because I've read so much fantasy over the years, as I was reading it, I was thinking of all these other books, and to me, it's like she just took all these other stories, threw them in a blender, hit it on high speed, tossed her at the wall to see what would stick, and then threw it in her book. It's like, no. I don't know if you'd call them tropes, and I still can't. Ven's explained it to me more than once, and I just somehow trope does not stick in my head. Stereotypes I can explain. A trope,
Mm.
I'm lost. Alan likes Katniss and Jennifer Lawrence. Yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't see Jennifer Lawrence in there. I saw her in the X-Men movies. She was an amazing. Oh, now I can't think. I know she's blue. Um,
I forget.
yeah, I'm
Um.
drawing a blank.
Mm.
The sex too repetitive. Exactly. It was like, okay, yep, thought that. Knew what you meant, Alan. Yeah, I Smoofette, pretty much, except she wasn't blue, and that's all I mean, here she is in this. I mean, she could potentially lose her life
Hmm.
during that competition, and what she's obsessing about is Zayden, not how can I save my own ass. It's like, really? I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so with I mean, the Hunger Games, we've got family. Now, the father is out of the picture. And
He
that's a
died.
bit different between the
Hmm.
series, too, is I mean, Katniss is basically the adult in the family because,
Hmm.
mom's had that breakdown, the sister's younger. The difference in Divergent is Beatrice's family is solid initially because she's got mom and dad. They're very attentive, very caring. Dad sits on the council. And then she and her brother, who it doesn't say they're twins, but they both go for this selection day at the same time. And both she and her brother pick different groups. Her brother goes to Erudite and she goes to Dauntless. So suddenly their parents are on their own. and
Mm.
neither kid has picked the group. But then there's a lot of other things underhanded that start happening, and as must be, you have people overplaying their hand, and then suddenly Dauntless. There's this other quality too, and the whole Divergent thing has to do with genes, and
Mm.
all these people are regularly tested, or they're tested when they get into groups, and they tell you which group you're most suited for. And
Mhm.
so for Beatrice, the problem right from the get go in book one is she doesn't score high in any of the five. She has all five attributes.
Mhm.
And the Divergent are considered dangerous by
Yeah.
everybody. Like, you should be one type of person. And so Divergent people tend to, shall we say, disappear and not succeed if
Mm.
anyone finds out they're Divergent. And then, so the big thing is, why is everyone so afraid of them? And certain groups want to find out, what does this mean? Like, what's the big secret? And so
Mhm.
as the series goes on, that's when they find out about the other people who have been watching them, and it kind of spirals out from there. But I think the nice thing,
Mm.
even with Fourth Wing, is that we have all these young, strong female lead characters. Like, you know, whether you agree with their actions or not, they're strong, independent, right? Like
Mhm.
Katniss, maybe not by choice, but suddenly finds herself in this leadership role, not just in her family, but then for all 12 districts, essentially.
Mhm.
And we've got Trish, who becomes a leader in terms of Dauntless. Now she's connected with Four, one of the other higher ups in Dauntless. And because of their connection and involvement, a lot of the truth about different things comes out. But she had to fight her way to get there and succeed in becoming part of Dauntless. And even with Violet, like, being a dragon rider wasn't her choice. She was hoping to be a scribe and all of that. But then,
Mhm.
through circumstances not of her making, suddenly she's put into this leadership role. And then Zayden's kind of the other half of that with another group. So, from that respect, it's good to see those kinds of series, because we're
Mhm.
so used to the young male, right? Like, you've got Superman and so many other young male characters. But for young girls, it was slim pickings for a long time. Now I'm saying Katniss does choose. Yeah, she takes her sister's place. Very true. So, yeah, you see these young women put into these really difficult situations, and then moving forward. Excuse me, it must be my allergies. Usually my throat's not this bad. But then we also have like Tessa, who's a bit older than them, but she's also a very strong character as well, who needs to make some difficult decisions and life choices and move
Mhm.
through all of that. But so the other two books, you've read them, Nicole, for the Hunger Games.
Mhm.
Can you just quickly talk about those two?
Yeah, I think when it comes to the Hunger Games, we have to also remember that these are kids 13 to 18. And that's or no, it's 12 to 8,
Mm.
which 12, it's never going to happen. Like, I don't know how many 12-year-olds won that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you're going up against at 12, you're going up against a 17, 18-year-old. Okay. But that's why it's cruel.
Yeah.
Um, one of the reasons why it's cruel. So with Katniss, it's that she didn't embrace the revolution. She was forced into it to
Mm.
be the chosen one. So she would be considered a reluctant chosen one. at 16, does she truly have a choice
Mm.
for her own, like inwardly? Does she really have a choice to say, oh, I'm just going to let my 12, 13-year-old sister go? Because she's not going to survive. At Primrose is not built that way. There are a
Mm.
lot of the children, because they're children, that are not built that way. And within the first day, at least half are gone. And
Mm.
then it's going to be a strategic bloodbath for
Yeah.
the rest of the games. And then, so she goes in to the Hunger Games with Peeta Mellark, whom she's known for quite some time. He actually fed her when she was um, younger-ish, but food is very scarce and people
Mm.
often die of starvation. And PETA, so every name counts, every single name in the Hunger Games counts. So PETA, his family owns a bakery and they bake bread and all that stuff. So he threw her bread, um, and so that's how they know each other. And in the Hunger Games, a lot goes on with somehow people like that she is her own self
Mm.
and she's not trying to be pretty and girly. So Hamish and um, that team really pushes her over PETA, and it's unfortunate, but this is what this horrible situation, this world does. You are going to choose the one person that you think with even a slim chance is going to win, because that does mean good things for your district. But District 12 is so poor that it's extremely hard to have a winner. So it's really just
Mm.
Hamish for a long, long time. And so they're really pushing Katniss forward, but she's pretty rebellious because yes, she's switched out with her sister,
Yeah.
but she knows how to hunt and all that stuff, but she kind of has to hide it because hunting is illegal. So there's a lot of things that she's just not happy about, obviously. She does not like 99% what's going on right now. And she feels bad about PETA, but then PETA goes and kind of goes with oh yeah, I have a crush on her. And it's unrequited love. And I know
Mm.
she's going to win. And I just wish her the best. And so that's how we come into the ending of the Hunger Games, where it's them left because
Mm.
the game maker messes up really bad in the first game, and so or yeah, in the first book, where then they change the rules. And so if you have your district, there's
Mm.
the two people left in your district, two people can win now. And so then it's on like Donkey Kong. And then it's left with Katniss and PETA. But then the game maker messes up once again and says, "Oh no, actually we reverse that new rule. So you all have to kill each other." And they just sit there. And then after a certain point, Katniss like, you know what? I'm gonna bring out these berries and we're gonna die together because fuck y'all. That's exactly it. And to not have a riot, an absolute riot in every single district because this is propaganda, it is on 24 hours a day. They force you to watch at least some of it, if not all of it, even when you're
Yeah.
working. Okay. There are already riots in a specific district because this one particular young girl is killed. They fall in love with Katniss because Katniss cares.
Mm.
And there are, of course, other many, many uh, players that cared, but like just this one time and this 74th Hunger Games, it clicks for everyone with everything that was leading up to the actual games. Them watching Katniss, and when she sees this one girl die in her arms, she can't do it anymore. And everyone else, even in the Capitol, they're like, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
So it's just something. There's a piece of luck that happens because from the other books, you learn that there's always rebellious
Mm,
natures. They have tried to end the Hunger Games many, many times, but they just fail
yeah.
until Katniss happens. And just like the 74 years of just too much. Um, but then you have the the second book is the 75th Hunger Games, and that's a quarter quell, and that means fancy,
Yeah.
fancy times, right? So it's even worse, but things, that's when I think the rebels really figure out, oh, we're choosing Katniss, and we're going to push it, even if she doesn't want to be the chosen one. But she's so kind-hearted and she doesn't want the Hunger Games to
Mm,
go on. And she's like, okay, but I also want to do stuff that I want to do. So there's a lot of push and pull, and even the good side turns out, some people might not be good on the good side.
mm,
Um, that's all. Everything is propaganda. Even the good people are pushing propaganda, and she is the propaganda machine.
mm,
And I think that's what is just a huge thing in the Hunger Games, and that people realize is there's propaganda everywhere, especially, you know, for people that you don't like, but also on your side. How do you win things? You have to sway people, and that means that there's propaganda and there are lies and there's violence. And do we really want to do this? Because there are going to
mm,
be thousands upon thousands of people that die. And with the background that Suzanne Collins has, she looked at all of the revolutions and
mm,
rebellions and riots and what worked and what didn't work. Most of the time, revolutions do not work.
mm.
And so she had to figure out how can we get like this book to realistically win the revolution. And I think that is a huge thing that people don't realize. Revolutions are extremely difficult to win and to keep up that momentum. Because you could say, like, in the beginning, that like the French Revolution would be successful. It wasn't.
Mm.
It was not. And a couple, decades after, bring back the king. Okay, wait, no, don't do that. And there's a revolution. Okay, oh, here's Napoleon. Okay, we don't want that either. And then here's another revolution of revolution. Like there, it's really hard to keep the core, and it's not really going to happen. But the core of a revolution, really, like the best known successful ones, the American Revolutionary War
Mm,
and English Civil War, and there are a couple of others. But it's like, how how do you win a revolution and keep it steady or somewhat steady, and not have it collapse afterwards, and like you have to
yeah.
completely rebuild or you don't ever bounce back, type of thing. So that's a point that is a huge deal in the Hunger Games, and just in real life in general. They don't usually succeed because there's so much um, instability, corruption, death. How do you bring everyone together after so much? And that's, well, also why the Capitol succeeded for so long. It was not everyone peace and love and unity. No,
Mm,
you will fear me, and you will be reminded all the time. And we'll give you like a little hope, but that's it.
yeah.
And we will starve you because if you're not physically fit enough to fight, yeah. So it's all thought about. It's very planned out throughout the trilogy, and then you see even more background in the other prequels.
Well, and that's sorry. That's an excellent point too, because she's oh, see, I shouldn't have coughed. Mind fart. There was something about in the games. It's like Highlander. There can be only one. And so
Hmm.
even though they have two from a district, there's only one winner until this particular game, and then things are changed. But even then,
Mhm.
there's all the, behind the stuff and things happening with PETA and whatnot. And I noticed Luna was saying, and hey, Luna, saying about spoilers. Not really. We're just talking overviews because there are a
Mhm.
lot of particular things and other characters that haven't come up. Um, Alan, does
Oh,
this mean you're
General
off to see?
Hospital.
Yeah, General Hospital is his shtick. He likes it. I used to watch that decades ago. I haven't watched them in ages. Catching Fire is my favorite of the trilogy. So that's, yep, the
Yeah,
second
that's a good one.
book.
Mhm.
Really enjoyed them all too. Been meaning to read Battle Royal. Now, is that part of?
That's a Japanese book about
So it's not
kids
part
fighting to
of.
the books. No. Hmm.
Okay. Waiting for the latest in the library. Please don't spoil. Okay, so when you talk about the next two books, no spoilers, Nicole.
Can't make any promises.
They're definitely spoilers unless you've read the books. Not really, because we don't tell you how it ends.
Well, I think a lot of people know how it ends.
Well,
Isn't it?
and I think you kind of
Well,
know
the
how. I think
yeah,
you
the
know how
revolution.
they're going. There's three books, so you got to know that
Oh yeah,
that
they
they're
were the books, or no, the movies basically show all of that. Yeah, but yeah, like 95% accurate to the book. So, books,
see
yeah.
that's amazing because Divergent, I'm thinking is not as accurate. Oh, bye, Mark.
Mm.
Thanks for joining. Oh yeah, you're even in the next day because he's in New Zealand, so he's like 13 hours ahead.
Oh,
Yeah, like way in the future. Haven't read them already, planned on. I'd be very upset. Okay, then plug your ears, honey, because I'm not
yeah.
sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure about spoilers because it's been out for so long. Um, yeah, there was, well, they did a fantastic job with the movies, I think. I've seen people say that the first movie, which was from someone different, a different director,
Uh,
isn't the same vibes as all the other movies. But I kind of had a little bit trouble with the first movie, and I understand where it came from in the sense of like the Hunger Games is like first person point of view through Katniss, and they were
right.
kind of trying to do that for the first movie with like special camera angles and like a lot of jittery camera movements, and it wasn't it was a little rough.
Mm,
But then I think when they had that uh the new director for the other movies, um it was more like, okay, we can't do like a first person point of view in a movie form. We can
mm,
do more broadly and look at, which like every movie does. Which every movie does, it's like more broadly,
yeah,
yes, Katniss is the main character, but you don't need like zoom in, shaky
yeah,
points of view, camera angles, and you know, I get I get the idea, but when you make it to a film, you can't really do the first person point of view.
yeah.
um and then I was also seeing people are like, oh, it's just it was made to be too pretty, the other movies compared to the first movie. But in some ways, yes, but also like um technology changed when it comes to movies, so it's going to be a
Mm.
different like film versus the different thing that they use for the other movies. Um
Well,
but I
CGI makes such a difference. I mean, Look at
Mm-hmm.
Lord of the Rings. If that had been made 20 years before,
It was
it
so
would have
bad.
been, what's
Yeah,
that?
it would have been so bad. Their CGI was top notch during that time,
You
but it
know,
cost a lot.
and so it makes such a huge difference. And hey, Gareth,
Hello.
um, and that's it too, is, you've got the difference with the CGI, but you also have the difference with the directors. I mean, look at the
Mm-hmm.
Star Wars franchise. George
Mm-hmm.
Lucas should never have given that up.
Oh no.
But that's a whole other live stream. But was Suzanne Collins closely involved with the making of the movies? Do you know?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. So I think that also helps a lot with here's why I wrote it this way. You should keep that.
Listen,
Versus, yeah, I
that's
don't
the
think she
funny
had any.
thing.
Mm, yeah.
Veronica Roth was actually on the set
Oh, she
because
was.
we've got the
Mm.
DVDs, and so they've got. I like when they have some of the behind the scenes types
Mm-hmm.
of things. That's why I get some of the DVDs. And I know she was involved in it, so I'd be really curious. Not that I've Googled it, because I mean, I go off on some crazy spirals as it is, but that wasn't one of them, is what she thought of this never having a conclusion for the viewers. I mean, the people who
Oh
read the
yeah.
books had a definitive conclusion. There's an end
Yeah.
to the books. I think now she's doing the same, and a lot of them are. I mean, I don't know if Twilight, is that Stephanie Myers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Um, she wrote her trilogy, or there's four of them,
Yeah.
but then she switched it to Edward's perspective,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
right? Whereas Collins is picking out certain characters
Mm-hmm.
and explaining their backstory, correct?
Yeah, so Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes is President Snow when he's younger, and it's about 10 years. So they don't have that much experience with the games. And then Sunrise on the Reaping is Haymitch when he was about 16, when he
Okay.
gets thrown into the Hunger Games. So yeah, she's picking out like really important popular characters from the original trilogy, um, and kind of expanding on the background of how the revolution has always been there and how
Mm.
propaganda is used, and more so like just how the Hunger Games is. Um, I think because I did a book review on Sunrise on the Reaping. I gave
Yeah.
it 4 stars, and the other books are 5 stars. Perfect. There was a lot of pushback with the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes because Suzanne Collins chose President Snow, and I don't know why people were saying this. What book were you reading? But it was the accusation of you're trying to make him like a bad boy, you know, cutesy wootsy. Oh my God, like he's evil, but I love him. Where are you getting that? Where,
Yeah,
where are you getting that?
I remember you seeing your review on that. But
There was,
again,
what are
it's
you reading? I think also it just could be that like, yeah, he not, and the Hunger Games, he's like 80 or so, but like when he's 20,
mm,
yes, he is hot. Sorry, but that doesn't mean that whole book is by Suzanne Collins of all people. Like y'all know her. Come on, where she's trying to get you to fall in love with President Snow. No, she's showing you how messed up someone can be, even if they're attractive, even if they're privileged, and what can that do if you lose empathy and are power hungry from trauma. That's what that book's about.
yeah.
Because he takes over all of Pan Am because he is, you know, forever changed. I mean, everyone's changed, but there were things in that book that really just push him to the dark side. There were times where he didn't have to go down that road, but what can horrible shit do to someone?
But I
Dictator.
think sometimes when people read that type of thing, they miss it. And
Mhm.
I mean, in Akatar and the character of Nesta, it's interesting how there are different comments I've seen how, oh, it's a good thing she got hers in book 5 and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, did you people read the same series that I read? Did you miss the part where she was kidnapped and tossed into this object and
Mhm.
turned into something she never wanted to be?
Yeah.
Did you miss the part where her dad's neck was snapped right in front of her face? Like,
Yeah.
are you missing that? Are you missing Feyre's more interested in getting her pipes clean than taking care of her sister? What book? What are you people reading?
Yeah.
And yeah, it really sometimes when I hear certain things, I'm just like, did you read the book?
Yeah.
How
Well,
did you miss things? But maybe it's just
yeah.
not even in their world. Maybe there's
No, I
some of
don't
those
think so.
privileged people who don't understand
Oh,
what trauma is.
oh yeah, no, there's a lot of that.
But you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, it doesn't compute because it's
No,
not in their world.
no. Well, then also it was I thought the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes and the Hunger Games, it was very emotional
Mhm.
and trauma was at the forefront and people don't want to talk about the fact that yes, Snow was traumatized just like everyone else and yes, he is privileged, absolutely, but his family's also starving.
Mm.
So there's that as well. They were very rich. Now
Yeah.
they're in like a hobbled little apartment, starving. He's doing whatever it can. And yes, he's self-centered because, he has to uphold the legacy of Snow, blah blah. There's a lot there, but if you
Mm.
break down the trauma that has happened from
Yeah.
first the nuclear war, whatever happened went poof, with the United States, and then they, come and put together Pan Am, and then there's another civil war, and then here we are. It's like, oof, there's a lot going on there, and there's not really anyone to help him learn right from wrong.
Mm.
And when you have when you have the capital saying this is okay and all of your teachers and all of the adults are saying these
Mm.
games are okay, well, yes, I mean, and of course there are people, not that many people, but there are people in the capital saying no, this is not okay. Yeah, well, they're gone.
Yeah.
Well, so when you have that situation, it's not about Suzanne Collins trying to make you fall in love with President Snow and then therefore like him for the Hunger Games or anything like that.
Yeah.
She's explaining how a dictator can
Is
fail.
made.
Yes. I think that's very important. And that, yes, there are people that are like neutral or maybe even good, but we're not 100% good and not 100% bad. And that's hard for people to understand as well. I get it. But there's some good in him, but how does that good just slip away and be replaced with lots of bad?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's an emotional roller coaster because it's also in first person point of view. So there are sleazy things. Obviously, there are sleazy things that he thinks and he says and he does. But then there's also like, ooh, is there a little hope there? No. Okay, guess not. He chooses something completely different, but there is something there, and you're like, I know that this is gonna end badly, but damn it. And I think that upset people and they read it differently, and that's why they didn't like The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, and they also said it was way too long, which I think it is a uh perfectly well written length novel because you need a little bit more to
Mm,
show how a dictator is done in one book. But and I was saying for my book review on Sunrise and the Reaping, it was too short and there was not enough emotion, and
mm,
it did not read like the other books. And I think I don't know, maybe not Suzanne, I maybe hope not, but like maybe the publisher, the agent, the editors were like, okay, we heard so much crap about the songbirds
yeah.
of the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes that maybe we need to lessen it, which that pisses me off. But I could not stop hearing about people bitching about the President Snow book. And so then
Mm,
this comes out and it's way shorter and it is written plainly
mm,
and there's a lot of telling and not enough showing. And I'm like, what happened? And I'm just thinking that might have been the case because she's Suzanne Collins. I don't see how it's like, oh, you have a deadline of a year. It's
mm.
she can do what she wants. Unless there is a deadline, but it's Suzanne Collins. That's why I'm like, it has to be the President Snow situation. Or maybe a deadline that they're like, we need to put a shit out right now. But I don't see that happening.
Possible.
Uh
But yeah, Jen's right. Many people lack the ability to read critically. And from having been in so many English classes, I'm going to say part of that is sadly lacking in our education system is, it's just read it or a short story, do the assignment, get it done, next, next. Without that, let's really have those conversations and delve into because how can you read critically if you don't know how to do that? If nobody
yeah.
takes the time to sit down and have those conversations, or worse, and I know I've heard this from other people that different things they've had to read in school, they hated it because they
Mhm.
had to read it in school. So the downside to that is you're missing out on so much because it isn't a book you've enjoyed. So you're missing everything else with that story. So you need to find something that your students do enjoy reading so you can have those
Mhm.
engaging conversations and teach those skills because you do need to
Yeah.
teach them whether it's at home with having conversations with a parents, guardians,
Mhm.
whoever you're with. But like when Ven and I were talking the other day, he mentioned too, most parents are working. They don't
Yeah.
have that amount of time of, when little whippersnappers like me was growing up. And, but I only had one parent and
Mhm.
was on a farm. So through the summer, I was pretty much running amok through the fields and doing whatever I wanted. But for me, it was mainly reading books. But,
Yeah.
now, yeah, it's hard for parents to do that. Many people also lacking reading comprehension and media literacy skills. Yepper. Stepping up on my English teacher soapbox. And well, you should be, because we
Mhm.
need more teachers commenting about that and teaching those skills and caring about those
Yeah.
skills. I mean, I know one student that I was working with, and he was, what was this thing? Low functioning autism.
Mhm.
Now, sweet, sweet young man. And I mean, he was in his teens, so young man. And, but his brain just worked different. He could plow through the words,
Mhm.
but get him to explain anything about the characters or what was happening, it wasn't coming because
Mhm.
it just couldn't, it just didn't make sense for him. So he was fine in getting all the words out, but trying to put it together and understand the relationships and those connections, and then to tie it into the next chapter
Mm.
became a big challenge of, you know, trying to answer some of those questions. And especially if you tried to relate it back to other situations, because that life experience just wasn't there.
Yeah.
So, for some other kids who had the street smarts and everything else, they could, connect the dots because they knew what to look for. But with
Mm-hmm.
this young man, it wasn't the same life experience and it wasn't the same thinking process. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's the other challenge as well. Oh, she's stepping off. That's what I kept
We're
forgetting. Snarky.
snarky around here. It's okay.
Snarky's good. But I mean, and that's it. And so I think, and actually, Ven and I were talking about this a bit the other day when we were sort of talking about double standards and, what's acceptable in books and how it's perceived. And I mean, the one example we used was Feyre in Akatar, who, has a few partners between a couple of books because she's a busy girl and her pipes are spotless. But if that had been a male character
No
going
problem,
through
probably.
women like that,
Yeah.
well, back in the day, there probably wouldn't have been. But
Mm.
I'm willing to bet there'd be some people going, see, told you men are crap.
Mm.
Whereas,
Yeah.
woo, Feyre, it's perfectly fine. I'm
Well, I
like,
think we're yeah, it's well, that's also a an issue with, let's just say, like the United States, because there are also obviously other countries that have problems with sex and all that stuff. But since Sarah J. Maas is an United States writer or American writer, we're going to go with this. There is a very deep chokehold with Puritan culture revolving around sex in the United States that just anything like that is just, we don't like that. Which, I mean, if you go to Europe, they're like, okay, what?
yeah, it's
It
very
doesn't
different.
matter. Um, and yeah, even just like the basic stuff of like sex ed, a huge tragedy in the United States, not in other places where we're having this conversation and it's normal and you should have that conversation age appropriate,
Yeah.
but they don't even want to do that here. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
I
not
remember.
sure. See, and it was only 10 years ago,
Mhm.
and I semi don't pay attention to what's happening with the school board, but every now and again I do because I still have friends who work there. But I know in phys ed class 10 years ago, they were still using bananas and learning how to do things properly
Mm.
during because the public health nurse was doing presentations. And yeah, it blows my mind when I start hearing about no, don't be teaching that. And I'm like,
Yeah,
really?
what
Do
do
you want
you
your kids
want?
learning this on the street?
Yeah,
Like,
that's where they're learning it. And they're like, um, so I grew up in Maryland, which is heavily Catholic and also Jewish. And so it was all about abstinence because the very religious uh, parents, or just really
mm,
like the Abrahamic religions, were not into sex ed. But so it was abstinence, and maybe you got like a couple of days about birth control. And I'm just like, all these kids are messing around with each other. Come on. Okay. Your your children, of which you have 10 of them because you're Catholic, almost all of them are having sexy time, but
mm.
you haven't said anything about it. Okay, well, this is not helpful.
Well,
This is obviously not helpful. Like they're doing
and
the
that's
wrong
it,
thing.
right?
Yes. Uh, yeah. And but I remember my godmother, my godmother's niece. She has two children. Decided not to do any of that, and I remember them walking around saying the correct words of like genitalia at 6. I'm like, okay, you know what? Fine, good. Because what happens, and this is extremely unfortunate, people don't want to talk about it, but the more you hide and you shame body parts,
Yeah.
the more that sexual predators will be able to groom your children. And I think it's an uncomfortable situation, which it is a huge problem
Yep.
worldwide, but really in the United States,
No,
where,
even here in my city,
right here.
Nicole, and it
Mm,
makes me sick. There are many, many youth who disappear from our high schools and from our streets every year.
mm,
Every freaking year for the human trafficking. And it's even worse in Toronto where there are millions.
yeah.
And
Hmm.
these sleaze bags come into the schools and they pretend to be students.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh
Mm,
yeah. They go right into the schools and then they find their victims and then
mm,
their victims don't talk to the families and then suddenly those kids are gone.
yeah.
And it happens right here in my frickin' city in Canada.
Yeah, we have gotten with the whole, oh yeah, don't talk to strangers. They're bad. But you also need to talk about the people that are around you. And that also ties into you need to learn what, the like what isn't appropriate touch. Um, and yes, that's a scary and a very heavy topic, but do you want to talk about that? Or do you not? And then something really bad happens because I've seen that all the time.
Yeah.
And I like Aaron's Law. I don't know if Aaron Mirren is still pushing, working with Aaron's Law, but Aaron's Law was in the United States really about teaching age appropriate um, information on body autonomy.
Mm.
So you're not going to go full out with a 6-year-old. You're not going to have the same conversation as you were, a 6-year-old versus a 17-year-old. But
Yeah.
it is what are your body parts and what's a no-no touch?
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, and I don't think this is, going the statistics are going down on this, but the child abuse
Mm.
is happening younger and younger, and you do everything you can to prevent that for real. Um, so it's just that there's a lot of shame in the body in the United States, and it causes a lot of issues that you wouldn't
Mm.
even think of, but it causes so many damn issues that it's like, okay, when are we going to do something new? Anytime now.
But
Nope, we're
that's
still
it.
Puritan. Okay,
But that's it again, is the ripple effect, right?
great. Hmm.
And so on one hand, you have these people who don't want to talk about certain things, whether it's because of their beliefs or their culture, whatever.
Hmm.
But then there's that massive impact because that culture or those beliefs don't live in a vacuum.
Hmm.
And so, like you say, these children and teenagers and young adults are out and about and exposed to these other people, and they hear things, different things happen then they don't know how to react, once
Mhm.
they go home. And that's why, to me, it's so crucial to be able to talk to your parents or caregivers.
Mhm.
And that's the other downside to parents being so busy. And
Yeah.
I'm not blaming. I'm not blaming. I mean, people got to put food on the table, keep a roof over your heads and clothes
Yep.
on your bodies, right? Like you've got to be realistic. But if your kids know that you care and if something happens, you'll sit and listen. And it's the one thing that I am like uber lucky. I was raised by my dad in the 1960s, which
Mhm.
gives you an idea about what brought me into the world. And
Mhm.
we'll leave it at that for this live stream.
Yeah.
So I was raised by my dad. I had an older sister, she's 10 years old. Well, I think she's still around. I couldn't tell you because it is not relevant to my well being or mental health.
Mhm.
So I was raised by him. I could talk to him about frickin' anything, like
Yeah.
anything. And even though he was old school European and a dumbass about me needing to be married or no farm, if I had a husband, I could have had the farm. So I'm like, yeah,
Mhm.
going to college for screw that action. So there was some ways he was like way old, but he and I talked about everything.
Yeah.
And it just it it stresses me out knowing that they're and I'm not talking about the parents who are like working two jobs and that. I'm talking about the parents who just can't be bothered
Yeah,
to
they
take
don't care.
the time to talk to the
Mhm.
kids they brought into this world. It's
Yep.
like, what the hell? You
Yep.
don't need to sit at your shishi poo poo restaurant tonight with your
Mhm.
shishi poo poo buddies when you got kids at home and you're making hundreds and hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. Get your ass home and take care of your kids. You brought them into the world.
Yep.
Those are the parents that I just, blah, you
Yeah.
know, it's it's too damn. And then the car companies piss me off. What's with the tinted windows? Why are you helping these people who either abduct children or the human traffickers? What the
Mhm.
hell is up with needing tinted windows?
Yeah, well, especially in Canada. If
Well,
you're in
we
like
get the snow glare, but still,
um
how
yeah, if
many
it's like
years were we
yeah.
without them and nobody got snow blind? That's why you have sunglasses.
Yeah. Yeah,
Jesus.
I could talk to my grandmother about basically everything, and like her library was open, and so like I was reading uh adult books. But she was always like, yeah, if anything's too much for you, we can have a conversation about it. And I don't remember being traumatized by anything I read, but then again, it was like, which I know everyone's different, but the stuff that I went through as a kid and a preteen, by a certain age, I was like, this stuff isn't going to impact me. It's in a
Yeah.
book. Like I've been through too much shit. Okay,
Well,
a
that's it.
fictional
You've
story
already
isn't.
lived so much
Yeah,
worse than what you were reading.
yeah. And then even like the nonfiction books that were messed up, it's like I personally cannot do anything about the French Revolutionary War, right? Like for example, or like I felt like I always feel empathy, and there are times where it's like sad and uncomfortable with the reads when I was younger and now,
Yeah.
but I've had
Excuse
to
me.
learn I can only control my actions, and that's all I've got right here, right now.
Yeah.
And so I do my part as much as I can. And there are some people that would think this way. But for the most part, there are people that would say, please don't have what happened to me ruin your day, week, month. You know, um, it's kind of like when people, go through a tough time and then it's affecting other, like the people around them.
Mm,
And mostly people are like, oh, I don't, I understand, like I'm going through a bad time, but I don't like it that it's affecting others, even though you can't help it. There's that, it's an empathy, sympathy type of just what most humans feel.
mm,
And I think the great one of the greatest quotes that I don't remember who it was from, but one of the greatest quotes was, "I can't make you happy, but
mm.
I can hold your hand while you go on the journey of creating your own happiness because it's you and you have to work on feeling happy or getting this promotion or like you can have your hand held in
Yeah.
support, but ultimately it does come down to you making those decisions. And now there's obviously it's not just you, um, but it you can only control yourself. You can't control the outside world, and that's really damn hard. And I know it's really hard.
Yeah.
I have an existential crisis all the time. I've been having existential crises since I was 4. Hello, okay, um, but it's gotten better when I have realized that it's very powerful to let go of things that aren't.
Mhm. Hey, Hermie.
Hello, and also if you are just feeling heavy all the time and you
Mm,
can't help others as successfully as you can if you were, giving yourself breaks and all that stuff. Because I've
yeah.
had to take breaks from helping with volunteering for those with OCD because I'm
Yeah.
not giving.
Now I got to close my curtain. The sun
Oh
came
yeah,
out. Yep. There we
that's
go.
yeah. Because I'm
Oh,
not.
there.
Yeah, I'm not 100% there. I'm not even like 90% there. So I can't give my full attention to someone, but they deserve that full attention, right?
Yeah.
So I might be not giving them the best advice that I have been. So I've had to cut back a lot on, those um that type of stuff. But and there could be in the argument of, well, even like 2 sentences is better than none. Sure, but then burnout is real and more
Yes.
mistakes are made. Um so it's I last year I took the Clifton Strengths, and so it's a really long test that you do have to pay for, but I think it's worth it.
Mm,
Um, and my number one Clifton strength is empathy. I'm like, well, that makes sense. Because for so long, like if someone else cried, I would cry, but I would sob. And then they were comforting me a lot of the time. If someone was anxious, then I would have a panic attack. At
mm.
the end of the day, is that helpful? No, it's not. It sucks for everyone, including myself, but it sucks for that other person or the people around you as well. So I've really worked on mindfulness and staying
Mm.
present and realizing that you can't take on the whole world, even though the whole world does need a big hug. It's like
Yeah.
I physically can't do that. There's 8 billion people. I really want to, but I cannot.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, I wish I kind of knew that a little earlier. My grandmother was saying that a little bit, but sometimes you just have to take your own path.
But see, that's the thing. And to me, that was, well, I've gone through burnout twice in my life. Once when I left being a case manager because it was too frustrating. I
Hmm.
hated, I loved the clients. I hated the politics. I hated the bullshit. I hated the not being able to do more. And I
Yeah.
worked an insane number of freaking hours. Like even on my vacation, I was in at
Mm.
work. It was not so. And then 23 years later, well, part of it was the back injury and chronic pain. I was done like dinner. Like you could hear
Mm-hmm.
me like a piece of toast when I walked because it was the chronic pain. I was physically, emotionally exhausted. I was just done. And what really got me there, again, politics. What a shock. Can you tell that I hate politicians or that kind of shit?
Mm-hmm.
But what would really get me is when people would say, you need to slow down, you can't save them all. And I'm like, watch me. And you know what? No, you can't.
Yeah, I can't.
And I hated that.
Mm-hmm.
I hated that. So it didn't matter how many times, because lucky me got surplused numerous times. So I wasn't at the same school for 23 years. I think the one five 5 years was about the most in a row. And I
Mm.
only had to leave that one because how can I put this eloquently? I can't. They shut the school because they didn't have enough brains to process that vocational schools are
Mm.
important for students. So I would have stayed there, but the school was closed. So then I moved to
Mm.
the next school. I was there for 3 years and hey, guess who got surplused again? I'm like, you know what? No. And the
Yeah.
universe prior to that went, no. Here you go. Gift. Gift for you. Don't shit on me and get out of Dodge before they break you entirely. So I'm like,
Yeah.
bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.
Catch you later.
Mm-hmm.
But it really is the hardest thing, especially when you care and you want to make a difference. And, in relation to whether it was the students or the clients, I mean, some of the predisposition reports I read from my clients were just,
Mm.
how could people do this to a child?
Yeah.
Sickening, want to, hurl. But some of the things that I was hearing and seeing with students were equally gruesome. And, my coworkers would lose their shit because I had bus duty at the end of the day last 8 years that I was working. And these people would lose their minds because the kids were all, heading out either to walk home, get on the bus. And I don't even know how many hugs at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, girls, everybody.
Yeah.
Good night, have a good one. Hope you had a good day, blah, blah, blah. And people are just losing their shit. And I was laughing because the one time in a professional development session, our administrator played a TED Talk. And it was so awesome. Oh, because that was the other thing. Kids used to say, I love you. And I'm like, love you too. Have a great day. And,
Mm-hmm.
all of that stuff. And they would lose their minds about that too. And so there was this one TED Talk, and it was an administrator in Philadelphia. I love this woman to bits and back.
Mm-hmm.
And she talked about, you've got to have a rapport with the kids. You need to listen when they're
Yeah.
talking to you. And she was saying about, she does announcements in her school. And every day, do you know how she ended her announcements? If nobody today told you they love you, remember I do. I was
Mm-hmm.
sitting in that PD session and I'm like, yes. And all these
Yes.
people are looking at me and I'm like, like, screw you. Like, I get that people, especially in this day and age, ooh,
Mm-hmm.
don't touch, oh, make sure you got a witness. It's like, I got
Yeah.
a whole freaking school outside. Like, are you
Yeah.
kidding me? And I'm the one in the building who doesn't have a nickname because they all watching my back.
Oh
So
yeah. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm okay. I'm not on YouTube, but you are.
No.
Because you dumbass fell asleep in the class and the kids took your picture. Like,
Yeah, the teaching, like so many bad teachers and just teaching. But I know like my former roommate at college, she was having like an existential crisis. I think also because she was ultra Catholic, so she was really having problems about like, oh, I'm 25 and I'm not married,
mm,
because that's what like it was supposed to. That's just it. Like in Maryland, if you're ultra Catholic, but then she was she went to like a Catholic school like in the middle of nowhere, had a breakdown,
mm,
and then she went back home to Maryland for a couple years, and then she went back into university like close by so she could drive back and forth, like on
mm,
weekends. And then she chose teaching. I forget what she originally was trying in the middle of nowhere Catholic university, but then she got like, I, th- she might not even have graduated at
mm.
my current, because she was going for teaching and they were just, she wanted to hug the students,
Yeah,
but even in college, like getting that certificate, they were like, you can't do that.
yeah,
That's disgusting. And she's just like, I'm I want to hug my kindergartners. But like what? And I don't know if she finished. Um
yeah.
because I graduated and she still had, because she was a little behind. I don't know if she, yeah. And I remember seeing the the sadness, and I remember her talking to her parents
Mm,
on the phone, and she's like, I don't know where I belong anymore. And
mm.
it's really hard, I think, especially if you're like really religious, where like no path is, working for you.
Yeah.
And it's like then you have like that huge guilt of like you're inherently sinful, of which she, would talk about. And so I think she was also getting on the fact of like, am I, what am I doing wrong that God is not
Mm.
like approving of? Like I can't find anything. Um, And then, well, then also I was like, oh, could you do like a Catholic school? And then she was like, I could, but then it's like $25,000 yet less a year. So you're being paid like 35,000 a year? That sucks. Yeah, so the school systems, public, private. Oh my God, what are we doing? Like, I don't even know.
Well,
They're not doing a lot. That's what we're doing. That's where we're at. And I think
well,
she would have been a great elementary school teacher, but they're not teaching you how to like um help children think. They're not teaching you how to connect with students like
mm,
like they're humans. I like to say teacup humans. They are teacup humans. Uh, but they're still their individual self, and they all have
exactly.
different personalities. And yeah, like even going back to books, this one book series is not going to be for these three students,
Yep.
but then you know you find another book series that are for them, and then all the other one people read this. Like it's, yes, it's difficult, but the the lack of trust and care is really hurting a lot of children and even adults at this point. Um,
Yep.
no, I don't even know. I mean, I ran a tutoring center for about 2 years when I was living in Virginia, and then I became the Miss Nicole, can you give me book recommendations? And
Nice.
I remember, I forget his name, but he came in and he was a few reading levels below his uh, supposed needed reading level, and we worked on that. And then there was one day, because the other like a teaching supervisor, Kara. She's around our age or my age, so it's like, oh, there's two youngish, youngish, people that love to read, and oh, I can talk to them about books. That was a big
Nice.
thing. Um, and so this kid comes in with it. And I'm like, okay, love that for you. And I was like, now don't feel bad if it takes you a long time. There are there are many adults that it takes a long time to read It by Stephen King. You've got a chunky monkey.
Mm.
Just enjoy the experience. You'll get through it eventually, unless you think it sucks. Then DNF it. It doesn't matter. I mean, how many people DNF it? I DNF all the time. It does. You don't need to finish something that's supposed to be enjoyable. Different topic on assigned reading, right?
Yeah.
And it took like 6 months. But every time he came in with that Stephen King Chunky Monkey book, we were like, how's it going? You having a good time? Yes, he was. I think I'm going to say that he is a huge Stephen King fan. I'm just assuming, but like, hey, at 14, 15,
Mm.
got into that one. And then I was like, well, I was talking to Kara. I was like, do you think, because there's some, say, sorry for Stephen King fans, I upset some of them somewhat often, but there's
Well,
some,
here's Jen.
yeah, there's some, weird shit in it.
In all his books, to be
That's
fair.
all.
I mean, I like reading his books, but there's some way out there stuff there.
Yeah, and so I was like talking to Kara. I was like, "Is that scene probably in that big ass chunky monkeys?" And she's like, "Oh shit, I don't even know." I'm like, "Okay." He didn't say anything, so they might have taken it out. I don't know. Yeah. So well, that's like kind of like the problem of reading adult books. We didn't recommend it though. I
Yeah.
think his parents were just very, very excited that he picked up like an 800-page book,
Yeah, no
and
kidding.
they didn't give a shit. They're like, "Oh my God, this is so amazing!" Oh yeah. I don't know Stephen King, but I've heard that he's very popular. And we're like, "Yes, he is. He's a horror no he's a horror novelist. Like it's pretty gritty." And they're like, "I don't care. I don't care." Oh my God, this is so amazing. So,
We'll
but
see. And
I didn't recommend
that's
it.
why Harry Potter was so familiar, right? And or popular. And this is what I don't understand it. And I'll be honest, because when I was growing up, I mean, I was reading Dracula, H.G. Wells, short story collections, but I don't remember books like this. Even when I was reading
Yeah.
Stephen King, I don't remember his books being this freaking big. And yet now The Stand is massive. And I don't know if they're, Jen, if you're still here, and actually Jen and I are chatting Stephen King next week, so she'll
Hmm.
probably be able to answer me. I don't know if some of his books have editions and are now
Oh, they
bigger
do. Yeah, they
than when
do.
they were originally published. Because I'm like, I do not in my 20s remember these suckers being this big. Salem's Lot and Carrie, I think, are the same. Um, Jen saying, in my thesis, I analyzed, that scene
Oh yeah.
from it through the lens of feminist theory, argued that it showcased Beverly's empowerment. Now, it's been a long time since I've read it, so I don't know that scene. And well, I think I've already pissed Loon off because spoilers. But so we won't talk about what that scene is.
We'll talk off, we'll talk off.
Exactly.
I'll tell you what, but it's not age appropriate for a 14-year-old. That's what, um
And
that's that. And it's at least what I recall graphic. So it's not
look,
like fade to black. Uh okay. But yeah, for The Stand, my husband really, really enjoyed Stephen King like up to a certain point. Like he's not into like the fantasy Stephen King books or whatever.
Mm.
Um, but so The Stand was originally published in 1978, and then there like he had a huge manuscript, but they went it down a little, you know. So like the original 78 version is way smaller than the like 1500 page version now.
Yeah, it's
But
like
because
crazy.
yeah, because Stephen King's so popular just widely that the publishers were like, "Oh, y'all want this? Okay, new edition."
Well, so
Just
where did all these
throw it at.
pages come from? But Gareth is saying the only King typo book that I know had different versions was The Stand, which he re-edited. See, I was thinking some of the others may have gotten bigger. Now,
Yeah,
it
they're.
might, well, I've
I know
got
for sure
one.
because my husband uh was saying because we're watching the Stand HBO miniseries, and then we watched the '90s version, and then there was some
Hi there,
drama,
Gareth.
and
Yeah,
then
see, I
there
like
was
the
some
old.
drama, whatever that I got into about like what's a spoiler or not for Stephen King. um, it's about the Stand and about Randall Flagg. It's been out for decades. I don't know what y'all want from me, but it was like he had a
Now, is
lot of
it the one
stuff
with Molly Ringwald?
that was from the '90s.
Yeah. Is that the
Yeah.
one you're watching?
No, we're watching the 2020 miniseries, like
Oh,
eight
with
episodes. Alexander
not Oprah.
Skarsgård,
Who's the other one?
Whoopi.
Yes. The one
Yeah.
who thinks it's unreasonable to pay taxes because don't you know I got kids to raise?
How did she say that? Oh, I
Done
did the
with
same
you,
part.
Chickapoo. So I just watched
Yeah.
Molly Ringwald. But okay, go
Oh
ahead.
yeah.
My
Yeah.
little
No, there was
voucher.
there. It's like a huge thing for Stephen King fans about like the originally published was shorter, but then he got so big that you know released the stuff like more stuff, and now it's like between 1500 and 1800 pages, and there's like a
It's
yeah.
freaking massive. Thank God I got it at the thrift store for I think
Yeah.
$5. Like that's
Hmm.
insane. Oh, I got this one too. Two of my three. Oh yeah, I forgot. Gareth's a big. Sorry, Gareth. Gareth's a big King fan as well. Two of my three favorite King books are massive. See, I have Needful Things as well. I got that as a
Hmm.
paperback. Thank goodness for thrift stores.
Yeah.
And I haven't read or picked up 11/22/63, but I did watch the mini series. He's also good with short stories and novellas. Yeah, I just read Night Shift. I
Hmm.
read The Mist in Skeleton Crew. And I still need to finish those short stories. And I have a couple of his other collections. Like I remember getting those from our public library, and I grew up in a small town, and then I kept reading horror when I came up to the city because I came up here for college, moved back home for a year and a bit, got married, and
Hmm.
then came back to the city because this is where the work was.
Oh yeah.
It's my favorite King book. Few of my other, yeah, Carrie. See, I haven't read Gerald's Game, but I know I've heard Jen talk about it. Dolores Claiborne is where I stopped reading King, because up until then, when his stuff came out, it wasn't long
Hmm.
thereafter I'd get it from the library or buy it. Pet Cemetery, I liked. The Shining, I liked the book and the movie. I've actually got The Shining sitting in my basket, and I keep wanting to start it. And then
Hmm.
I'm like, oh, but there's Doctor Sleep. So do I want to read them both? Hey, Jenny, do I want to read them both back to back? Or do I
Hmm.
just revisit The Shining and then if I get to Doctor Sleep? And Salem's Lot, Barlow is my second vampire. Dracula
Hmm.
was the first.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He actively did. I'm reading some horror stories, but I haven't made any videos. Jenny!
Ghosties.
She's finally free from work. Oh, hey, that reminds me. Gareth, are you on tonight? I think this is your week because we have this ongoing joke. Well, she survived. Yeah, 12 hours. Was it 12
Oh my.
hours by yourself? That was like insane, girly. Um, but yes, I have fun bothering Dave because I've been doing my Thursdays for a while, and Gareth and Dave are on every other Thursday. So we have a few of our folks here, and then we all head over to Dave and Gareth's like, "Hey, how you been? I haven't seen you in ages." And they're like, but now Gareth pops in here too, so he's like, "They were over at Elaine's." Dave's like, "What?" And then every once in a while, we'll have cheesecake or cake because we've had a birthday stream and other stuff. And Dave's like, "Well, we have cookies. Are you trying to like up us and you're having cake?" I'm like, "They were special events, Dave. Chillax, man. I'm not competing." Gareth, busy with Zombie-thon this month. Yep, reading some zombie short stories count for horror mayhem. See, I've never read a zombie story. None that I can think of, anyway. Normally skipping it so that it makes more sense for when I go on holidays. Yeah, you're soon traveling and birthday. And is it your anniversary as well, Gareth? I know you're celebrating a lot of stuff. Hey, Constance. Thought of you as I browsed my library. Oh, Boudica. Oh, and by PC Cast. She's the one who wrote Marked with her daughter, Kristen. Okay, now, pardon me while I write down, another book.
Another one.
I gotta see if I can get that in my library. And actually, I have to go back I've got to get more organized. I'm so behind on tags and who tagged me. And hey, dude, do you want to be on camera?
No.
No. You don't want to say hi to Nicole?
No.
Okay. Why are you being difficult? Haha, gotcha. Yes, why are you being difficult?
It's by very nature.
Oh, yes, I know.
That happens.
Oh, look, now he's coming right in.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
This is Nicole.
How you been?
She's the lady
Hanging
who
out.
wrote these.
You can write?
She can write.
I do pretty well.
You can't.
I mean, some will disagree.
You can't touch me. Jenny says, "Hi, Papa Dragon."
Hi.
Because they call me Mama Dragon, so that makes him the Papa Dragon. Okay. So yeah, I need to go back to Mark's channel because there was a female pirate he was talking about. Oh, for Celtify.
Grace O'Malley. Grace
Yes,
O'Malley.
thank you, Grace O'Malley. But
If
yeah,
you, well, there's I'm sure that, well, there are a couple of fiction books on Grace O'Malley, but I know of her from Morgan Llewellyn.
See, and I never heard of Morgan Llewellyn, but yeah, she sounds fascinating too.
Yeah, it's my fave. That's my babe. Not like I know her or anything, but just saying.
Nice. Yeah, and so Gareth's saying about okay, actually, hey, are you within listening distance? Okay. Boudica or Boudacia? How do you say it?
Boudica. Boudica.
Boudica? See, because he watched my pirate tag the other day. He's like, it's Boudacia. I'm like, no, I've been hearing these shush. I've been hearing these booktubers, and they're saying Boudica.
Where's bodacious come from?
I don't know where bodacious came from. I'm not a linguist.
Yeah. I mean, whenever I watch like the historical accounts of Boudica, they say Boudica. So I'm gonna go with historians.
I'm gonna go with what I hear on things.
Yeah. Well, then I know there's a kind of like a mistranslation of, is it Latin or something? It's not English.
There's probably so many that
Yeah,
we all do it
yeah.
because
Where like she actually has strawberry blonde hair, not red hair.
oh
So you see a lot of actresses or art or whatever that Boudica has fiery red hair. It's actually mistranslated and it's strawberry blonde hair. It's kind of red, but it's not like boom in your face.
yeah
Um, but I think that's the only thing that's like not accurate when you're portraying Boudica. But
yeah
it's not like a huge. She was still like considered a redhead. It's just not fiery redhead.
right yeah and yeah Constance, I think hopefully you've seen Gareth did mention they're doing it next week. Constance saying, hey Nicole,
Hello.
Elaine, your memory is amazing. Yeah, it's my birthday, the day I meet Dave face to face.
Oh.
Oh, me and my wife's anniversary the next day. Awesome. Fingers crossed it all goes well at the airport, dude. We're sending lots of positive vibes and love, and
Hmm.
it'll be so exciting for you and Dave to meet. And yeah, it's the one thing. I may suck at remembering who tagged me in different things, but I'm damn good when it comes to pet names, kid names, and all that kind of stuff.
Hmm.
That's why I rocked as a caseworker and an educational assistant. Oh, she remembered me. It's like, yep. Ah, Papa Dragon. Yep, and just miss. So, yeah. So, oh, that's next week. So exciting. And yeah, that's the one thing. It's kind of sucks our countries are having this stupid issue because I've
Yeah.
met so many amazing Americans. Oh, yeah. I don't know if, and I still have to add more, but, and yes, this includes some of my awesome viewers as well.
Oh, yeah.
So, yes, I have getting my caring tree together, but I'm thinking, oh, it'd be so awesome to go meet people
Hmm.
but no, Captain
Yeah.
Makeup, I ain't frickin' risking it because I know me. I mouth off about something, but I'd be screwed. I'd be sitting in ice for ages. No pain meds. It'd get gnarly.
Yeah.
And no guarantees I'd be newsworthy. So, I just get gnarly and no one would know. Well, my cats would know and my husband would miss me, but you know.
Yeah. There
But it
was
would
a
be. Go ahead.
there was a whole thing because I watch independent news breaking points on YouTube. And I like them because it's uh to progressives and to conservatives, but it's not like they cross all the time. So it just that's their label that you can fit in one sentence, but that doesn't mean it's actually like what that is. But Crystal was that a couple of days ago, was reporting on Hassan Piker getting stopped for hours because of some things. He is kind of a troll. Um, but he's a United States citizen and he got stopped at the airport and for hours just got interrogated. And he just said the same thing over and over again for certain stuff. So, and then they like just had to let him go.
Mm,
But it should not be like that because he's a United States citizen and he's a reporter. Whether you like, he mouths off all the time. I don't
yeah,
agree with him half the time. You don't need to be rude to people, right? You don't have to curse people out. It's like it's an internet blah blah blah. That's
yeah.
kind of what he is. But at the end of the day, no, you don't need to be interrogated for hours. as a United States citizen because of a couple of things about
Yeah.
certain political stuff going on. So that was lovely to see. But
Well,
then I
see,
just saw. Oh no, well I was just gonna say I saw maybe they're from the Netherlands. So I guess like maybe more neutral where they did all of the paperwork ages before going and then they got through customs really fast and it was like their vlog. They went to like Miami uh and they had a great time. So like yeah, it does also depend on I guess it just depends on the individual unfortunately because it was a
Mhm.
couple and they got through really fast. But yeah, they were tourists. Hassan Piker is being a U.S. citizen, but yeah, it's interesting right now.
Well, it's crazy times, and every now and again I watch Midas Touch. It's a YouTube channel, and because I've really tried to stay away from mainstream news because it's just
hmm
cray cray and same shit, different day. It's not actually news.
Yeah.
And I mean, they're part of the one percenters. They're making between 2 million and $7 million, depending on the news anchor you're watching. So it's like,
hmm
folks, what are you complaining about? You're part of the 1%, but whatever.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Midas Touch the other day, they were talking about different things and they were showing these congressional hearings because the usual suspects. Oh, wait, no, this one for a change didn't have MJT or the other nut bar from Colorado. This had to do with the dog killer Gnome. And
Mm.
she was being questioned. And of course, her answer was exactly the same for every question. So she didn't answer anything. And I'm thinking, you know, there's $1 million sitting in that room in salaries right now. Well, over $1 million by the time you
hmm
factor in the money all these congressional people are getting, whatever the hell these heads of the departments make, and then all their assistants and everybody else and all the news people. And what's going to happen after the hearing? Nothing.
Yeah.
So you've just got some news bites of she's already telling you she's not going to answer the question. She's not bringing people back. She's fully in her rights to do whatever the hell she wants. And you've just wasted an afternoon when more people have disappeared.
Yeah.
I don't, I mean, don't get me wrong. Our politicians are putzes as well. But we don't have all these congressional hearings to get stuff done and just talk about stuff.
hmm
But hard to say. Gareth, yeah, if I wasn't meeting Dave and Joe, probably wouldn't be going. So yeah, wish me luck. Absolutely. But that'll be awesome being able to meet other booktubers. And see, Gareth's lucky too, living in the UK. He's been able to meet a lot of the UK booktubers
Oh
because
yeah.
we're all so close.
Smaller. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's not hours of okay, good. So Constance did see they're not on tonight. You and your wife are not flying into Newark. Oh, okay, yeah. And good. So Constance saying hi to Jenny, and yeah, we're not going. No, we're going to New York. Place I always wanted. Moment slightly different. Probably be tense going through airport. Don't be tense, man. That would not be good.
Yeah, no, don't do that. If
Newark.
you did your paperwork and it's all good to go, then you're there as a tourist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a relief. Yeah, I've seen clips about Newark. That's scary shit going on there. Planes just about missing,
Oh yeah.
military helicopter flying through their space. It's like,
hmm
holy crap. But it's because, oh,
Oh,
nice.
that's cool.
London meetup this Saturday. Awesome. And yeah, it is nice because, they're a couple hours apart ish. So they're able to meet in a restaurant and that. Like even here in Canada, I do know someone and actually, Gareth, you know him too because he's been on your show, is only about an hour and a half away from me. I know two other booktubers that are in Ontario, but I don't know whereabouts. And Ontario is about 10 hours across and 10 or more hours up. So they could be anywhere. And if they're in another province, forget it. That's like
Yeah.
days and days of travel to try and meet up. So it is nice that some can. And I know there are some groups in the US that have been able to do meetups and things too, which is pretty amazing, or visit back and forth and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good thing. But yeah, hopefully things calm down. And yeah, Gareth, wishing you a good trip and happy celebrations. Yeah, say, oh, there you go. London is just a 2-hour train journey. Nice.
Oh, yeah.
I've been in London once, almost
Yes.
still in the traffic outside of Westminster Abbey.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was with my
Oh.
step cousins, and this was old school before cell phones. So I was only 16. And so I was with my step cousins, and we were touring around, had a hoot taking the subway and all of that. And I wanted a picture of Westminster Abbey. And so there's this wall,
Mm-hmm.
but the other side of the wall, the traffic's way down there. And so I'm trying to get this lined up in my camera, and it's not working. So I'm leaning back and leaning back. And thankfully, my cousin had my ankles, and
Oh
I got the
no.
picture, but I almost went, whoops. It's like,
Oh.
wow, there'd been a memorable picture. And of course, the picture I am most proud of, I got where Anne Boleyn lost her head.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
indeedy, I did. I got me the plaque. Didn't see Anne Boleyn, but while everyone else is like, "Oh, I want to go see the jewels," and I'm like, "Where'd Anne lose her head? That's where I want to head here. Where is that spot?" Yeah, my stepmother figured I was a bit odd.
Well, it's a big attraction, so there's lots of odd people.
Yeah, that's the part I forgot. You're right, Constance. Radar screens blacking out. Ordered them to cut down. No, yeah, well, I don't know how many hundreds. It's taken. Okay, so here for Jenny, it's 12 hours because Jenny's up in Scotland.
Mm.
So there you go. The UK is the size of Ontario. I think it's bigger, but love London, still magic. And I'm in my 50s. Yeah, you're ancient, dude. Tell me when you're 61, like, moi. Mysterious place. Well, there's just so much there,
It's a
right?
lot.
Between the castles and the abbey, and there's just, I mean, and that was the thing about reading The Five by Haley Rubenhold about the victims of Jack the Ripper, is I remember being in Trafalgar Square, and one of the victims was actually there months before she was killed, because that's where a lot of the people were congregating, because they'd all been moved out of the country and they were coming into the city and there weren't enough jobs. And it's like, wow, too bad I didn't know that when I was 16. And, could have gone to find out where Polly was in the square while instead of just, Anne. But there wasn't really much talk about the victims. It's mainly Jack, people remember.
Yeah.
Jenny, that's no excuse. Yeah, it's only a 12-hour ride. Want to visit one day, never been. Think I'll try and get there you go. Yeah, sleeper train, especially for 12 hours. Jenny, I need to go back to Scotland. Only been once. Yeah, I mean, the scenery and stuff. Well, both all of the countries actually, because there's a YouTuber I follow. He's a debunker, so paranormal stuff, but he's in South Wales. And once in a while he goes outside, and now he's got a drone, and oh my gosh, because he lives in a valley, but just surrounded by these incredible mountains, and he goes for these long ass walks. Standing somewhere, and he goes, and I'm going to find the river over there. And I'm thinking, Lord, that's going to take you a day to walk, because it ain't a short distance. Like when he goes out, he goes out, but he shows all this amazing scenery, and goes to find lakes and different things just for something different to do on his channel. He's like a lot of us booktubers. Yeah, he's a debunker, but he does other stuff too. But it's just, I love, and when Gareth was on his vacation, see, I don't go on planes or travel. I just do it through everybody else, because there's no, plane ride or any of that stuff. I just hop on YouTube. Love London, Salisbury, especially the cathedral grounds. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
Been to Wales. Family's Welsh. I just learned something about Gareth. Oh, wait, or did you mention that? See, sometimes my memory's not so good, Gareth. There's some things that stick in there. Every country has some beautiful, Jenny, but mine's the prettiest.
I'd say so, but I'm just going to go with Ireland being the prettiest. Thank you.
Yeah, see, there's another gorgeous country with a lot of history as well. There you go. Well, I don't know, Nicole, what do you think? Shall we call her a wrap?
Well, maybe. Well, then we have all of the party people right now. Would anyone like to ask any questions, comments, or concerns about the Hunger Games or Divergent?
There you go. Oh, Constance is saying, really want to see Scotland. Imagine I'd never want to leave. Very true. But yeah, good point. Is there any not be defeated by leprechauns? Does anyone does anyone have questions for Nicole about her books? Now, see, I did mention, Gareth, I don't know if you saw my community post. So I just, as an aside here. Gareth, I'm sorry. I'm still not done The Brown Yelp Gang. It is not because I don't enjoy it. It's because you're not coming on until July. And if I read it all quick now, it won't be fresh in my mind. And then I'll have to read it again. And I have too many books right now. I can't do it. And I want to finish it. But I got to wait.
Yeah.
But yes, if you have any questions for Nicole about her series, also about Danu's Curse, which thank you so much, Nicole, for giving me an e-copy. I have yet to read that as well.
I got a lot.
The e-copies, if I have a physical book, and you've seen my basket of books, then I look and go, oh yeah, I got to finish that. But when I look at my laptop, I'm thinking I need to edit something, or I need to record something, and it doesn't compute. Oh yeah, I have a half-read book there.
Yeah.
I need to open.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to reading that. Okay, so did you talk about Sunrise on the Reaping? No, you didn't misunderstand the prompt.
We talked about it a little bit, but then I think Sunrise on the Reaping is so new that people don't want spoilers. And then also I was doing a little bit of an overview, and that might have counted as spoilers. So we kind of stopped a little bit. Do you have any questions, comments, and concerns about Sunrise on the Reaping? I read it. I read all of the Hunger Games stuff. So if you have anything specific, I could chit chat about that.
And that's Hamish, right?
Hamish, yeah.
Snow is
The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes.
yeah, I'm gonna have to check my library. I'm curious about Hamish, but I remember seeing your review, and I'm kind of sad that that's the shorter one because I think there was a lot that could have really happened with Hamish.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like just a story and all of that.
Yeah.
How many books will be in your series, Nicole? Now, here's another question with that. Are they on Kindle?
Yeah. They're
Okay.
all my books are Kindle Unlimited, ebook, or paperback form. Yeah.
There you go, Jenny. And Jenny, by the way, gets the whole series at a time. Bless her heart, she doesn't buy a book. She buys a series of books.
Yeah. Yeah. Right now, I have 3 out. I have planned for 6, but I probably am not going to publish or like really write or publish anything that I haven't already published because it's hellfire right now and I'm too stressed out. I'm the type of person, I guess writer, where I'm at a certain stress level, I am not creative anymore. Yeah, so like
Well, you've got a lot on your plate too, so
yeah. But I mean, I recently released a short story. Actually, Gareth has it, but that's under my given name. And then I am releasing, I'm just waiting for KDP to behave. I have an omnibus with the 3 books of the Midnight Detective Agency and also a short story. But that's only in digital form because indie writers can't create box sets. So we are stuck with what we have to call either a collection, bundle, or omnibus, because if we use box set and we don't have an actual physical box set, then we can get dinged by Amazon. We don't want that. So my omnibus is coming out whenever KDP wants to behave. But it is, when I checked, because it's 3 books and a short story, it's 717 pages, so that's probably why it's taking a little longer. And I understand. They have to review the whole file and all that stuff. So it's just taking a little bit. But I know, like, if you go onto the like Nicole Brona sales page, you can order all 3 all 3 ebooks at the same time for like a slightly discounted price. It depends though on this country. So I don't know about that in the UK/Scotland, but I know in like the United States there's a whole setup where it could be like a couple dollars cheaper if you do like buy all,
Nice. Okay, so so Gareth's saying to me makes sense. Maybe the anticipation is part of the fun. I want to finish it. I just know that if I zip through it right now, it'll be like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Plus, I still have the shorts. Oh, see, I have the short story collection to read too. Nicole, I need to read the story you sent me. Oh, just wondering how you liked it, Nicole. Back to the story.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I gave it 4 stars because, oh yeah, we've been going for 2.5 hours. In the time flies. Hi.
Yeah, how do people do this for an hour? Like, holy.
No, that's not possible. I guess maybe 2 hours ago. Yeah, 2 hours ago. We were a little bit more on point here with the topic about
this is typical for my live stream. We start good, and then it just goes off the not bad off the rails, just went off the rails.
Yeah, I did.
It works. We have viewers.
Yeah, so the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, 5 stars. The trilogy, 5 stars. Sunrise on the Reaping, 4 stars. I think because there was a lot of pushback with President Snow's book that, even though it's Suzanne Collins, I don't think her or the publisher, agent, editors, whoever, I don't even know what really went on. I'm just thinking that there was so much pushback for President Snow's book that they kind of made Hamish's book a little bland. And that's kind of disappointing. So that's why it was
Yeah,
at
it
5.
really is. Because he is an interesting character, like
Mhm.
so different from, the first book, and you're really wondering back and forth. And actually,
Mhm.
that reminds me of, have you ever read Philip Pullman's Dark Trilogy, The Golden Compass? And I can't remember the other two in it.
Oh, not yet. I do.
Okay.
I wanted to, because I'm not anymore. Well, I'm an atheist, but I used to be one of those annoying militant atheists. Things change. Where it was like fighting all the or yeah, fighting, but also like debating all the damn time with
Mm,
religious people. And I really wanted to read the book because there was a whole controversy, and I think there is probably now
there
about
still is.
it's
It's banned.
like it's anti-Christian. I'm like, let's go, bitches. Like, I'm
And you know
like,
what? It isn't. And I read it last year because I was doing MJ's 24 in 2024, the banned book project. She's
mhm,
doing it again this year, 25 in 2025. And I'm like, no, I've got a few too many things on the go. And it really pisses me off that the majority of these people doing these banned book challenges don't read the books. And I'm
yeah.
like, okay, but I'm reading the books and I've got all my other books that I wanted to read.
Hmm.
So, excuse me, it was great for awareness. It got me more aware of what's going on in my area. I did a video on Canada, the US, and the UK because it's a bit different in each country. But I read the Pullman trilogy. Um, One, because my library had it. Well, actually, I read 1 and 3. I didn't bother with 2 because, well, I knew how it ended, so I didn't need to go
Hmm.
back. But what frustrated me, and to me, I don't know why there's a big bugaboo. Again, it's how you read the book, or it's people
Yeah.
who haven't read the damn book bitching and moaning about it. But the parents in there are reminded me of Hamish because you
Hmm.
can't tell from one part to another
Hmm.
whether they're trying to help their daughter or get rid of her. And it's
Hmm.
like, I no, it's difficult enough in my world figuring out what to do with the humans I have to deal with. I don't want to do this in a book.
Yeah.
Like, just make it easier. But it was, I
Yeah.
found it an interesting read, and it's
Hmm.
different worlds and there's portals, and I don't know why people got their knickers in a knot, quite frankly.
Yeah, because I don't
So
even remember, like they were saying it's anti-Christian, anti-Christian. Okay, give me an example. And I'm like, not good enough. You,
there
what?
are priests mentioned and a church,
Okay.
but it's not.
I need an example, sweetie pie, honey bunch. Like you can't just say things and then be like, citations. Oh, I don't know what that means. I just want to like send death threats to this author. Okay.
Which is ridiculous because yes, there is a group and they're priests, and there's
That doesn't.
another group that are kind of scientists.
Yeah, that doesn't mean Christian though. There are a lot of like priests that doesn't mean like you don't have a chokehold on the word priest. So, but
Basically, my opinion of
hot take.
people who decided to ban it are people who obviously don't have enough going on in their life because they've got all this time and energy to complain about a book.
Yeah.
I
Hmm.
somehow have bigger things on my plate. Just saying.
Yes.
Just saying.
There's some other things going on
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. Now, here's why Jenny's asking. She has your books, Nicole. She just wants to know if she should start now or wait. So, in other
Oh,
words,
yeah.
she's like me. She's similar to me. Well, no, she won't DNF a book, so there isn't that. And she'll read books in order, which I don't always. Thus, the Vampire Chronicles. Now I'm actually reading them in order for like the first time ever. I've been all over the place with them before. But when Jenny starts a series, she'll finish the whole series in order. So that's why she wanted to know. See, Dresden Files, I don't know if I'll read them in order or not, but I'm so excited. I found 10 at my thrift store.
Oh, nice.
There's a big saving. Now I just have to get a few more to fill in the gaps. Gareth saying, sorry, he hasn't read your short story yet.
Oh, it's okay. We're busy.
You're busy.
Like, I think it's less than 7,000 words, so it's not chunky or anything, but it's heavy.
Yeah. Nicole, your books appear to be well designed to look gorgeous together on the shelf. Gorgeous, period. They absolutely do. I like me these covers.
Yeah, that's all about branding. So if you put them up together, everything lines up.
Can she?
Yeah.
See, I've got my notes to do my, and I still have to do the reading. I was only going to do like a few chapters because, I can't read the whole book.
Hey, whatever.
Yeah.
We love anything.
Yeah, okay.
So it's like,
well, I could, but they still need to buy the books. Am I
that's
together?
Right. Yeah, so like you can tell, so the slightly different, but the Tessa is the same, the title same, name same, so that it all, if you line it up in person or online, like it is going to look cohesive, organized, clean, professional. And so that is a big part of, and that's a big part of marketing that I know a lot of people, or a lot of writers don't know about or they don't like about, but selling books is hard.
Oh yeah, because, and see, they're the same size.
Yeah, so it has to, like, for really one big thing with how hard selling books is that it has to look professional and clean, and then you have to get them enough to open to the first page, and then they have to spend a lot of time and energy reading that actual book. So you are really having to, I mean, if this is one of your goals, it depends on the author, of course, but are you hitting the expectations of your chosen genre and or subgenre? And so my chosen genre, fantasy, subgenre, urban fantasy, what are the expectations that readers expect? And that is a female on the cover with magical wisps, and there is skyline or buildings, something like that in the background. That shows automatically to the reader that's urban fantasy. Oh, I like that title, because there's also like title trends as well, that indicate that is actually a mystery. So urban fantasy mystery. So then they're going to click on that book, and then they're going to read the blurb, and that blurb has to entice the reader emotionally, not tell the story, to entice that reader to say, oh, this is interesting because I've connected with that main character, or maybe like an overarching story theme, something like that.
Yeah.
And then they're going to buy that book. But you got to keep them interested as well throughout the book, to be successful. And I know with marketing in general, but bringing it down to just books, there is a target audience. You cannot reach every reader. And I know that's really hard. I struggled with it in the beginning. I was like, oh, my book's for everyone. It's not. It's not.
Yeah.
There are certain books that I do not recommend of mine to a lot of people, and then there are that I will, but it depends on you and your taste. And then even then, I can try and match it up. But at the end of the day, I'm not you personally, so it could be that even if you read women's historical fiction, you're not gonna be a huge fan of A Patriot's Tale for XYZ reasons of your background and your taste. So
Yeah.
um, that's why I don't. One of the reasons why I don't just like send out um, like reading requests or whatever to people. It's like if you are interested in whatever, go for it, no pressure. But then I do have a couple of like super fans that have read everything and they enjoy everything. That's actually pretty rare. Usually people
Nice.
read, specific genres and not
Yeah.
like 15 different genres. Unlike me, I'll do whatever. I'm a
Yeah.
real person.
And I read a bunch as well. So Jenny was saying, so Northern Lights, Subtle Knife, Amber Spyglass. Yeah, see, here the title was The Golden Compass, but the other
Oh.
two titles are the same, which is
Mm.
funny. Dave mentioned that with John Wyndham book. It's the chrysalids here and the chrysalids in the United Kingdom, but it's called something else in the United States. Very
Oh,
odd.
yeah.
Didn't think SOTR was as intense as the original trilogy. Wanted to be my relocked in with Amish. Amish felt like the book kept me at arm's length. So that's about snow.
SORT. Saw this Ballad of Songbirds. No, that wouldn't. I don't know
Oh,
what SORT
what's
is.
Hamish's
Oh,
book?
Sunrise on the Reaping. Oh, that's one. Oh, yeah.
So there we go. So
Yeah.
yeah, Constance, like you felt she was looking forward to it, but didn't get right into
Locking.
it. The same as the other typos are my superpower. Everybody's superpower.
Yeah.
Constance, autocorrect is a nightmare. Okay. Oh, so this is more. See, Jenny's my girl with the info. Anti-organized religion rather than just religion itself. He makes
Mm,
comments on the control religious institutions have over people. Okay, there we go. So Jenny
I'm into
answered
that.
that. Don't forget. Oh, hey, Noah, I thought you'd be crashed out by now. Aw, thanks, sweetie. I've had coffee. I'm fine. Not the coffee. Yeah, it's like what time in the UK? At this time? Exactly. JJ all the time. Little devil. Coffee helps me. Yeah, see, I don't find coffee affects my sleep either. I mean, I've always had
Yeah.
insomnia, but it doesn't matter whether I drink coffee or not. If I'm going to fall asleep, I will. And if not, I'm not. Fair when the drop hits. So there we are. We're caught up.
I like that drop. It just coffee wakes me up, but then also I think it feels
Oh.
like not calming. Well, I guess calming. It feels warm. I guess nostalgic but yeah, you feel when you have good associations with certain things and like even if it might not make sense, you'll feel nostalgia. That's coffee for me.
There you go. And it's 11
Ooh.
UK time. So late. You're such a lightweight, Noah. I mean, you're in your mid 30s, dude. Seriously. That age, I was up till like 2, 3 in the morning and then off to work. Asked, 5 minutes before the shop closed. Just got some more milk for my tea.
Delish.
Good time. Yeah, so good thing the shop is closed. Morning and afternoon coffee, two of my most important daily rituals. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'll have coffee. And I always laugh when I'm reading Tessa and the coffee, and I can just see you.
Give me that
That's right. This is Nicole. That's where that coffee came from. But I mean, I start with my morning coffee. I'll have a few cups. I used to switch to tea in the afternoon, and I may actually give that a try again. But then I
Mhm.
drink cold coffee. Like, I'm not one that it has to
Mm.
be hot coffee. So when I start a cup, I'll milk that for an hour because I
Mm.
just do little sips and then I'm doing
Yeah.
other things or whatever. So it takes me forever to finish a cup of coffee. And I was actually laughing with my husband the other day, thinking about a former coworker. Because when I worked in a group home, we had a cook, and she was like
Mhm.
the sweetest person ever. Her name was B. And she would be so funny because she would try and come and take my cup from me and then go make me a hot one and bring it.
Oh,
Like, sweetie,
it's
I'm okay with the cold
okay.
coffee. And she's like, that's just disgusting.
Yeah.
And B would like, she'd find me if I was in the office or sitting in the dining room and it'd be like, sweetie, you don't need to wait on me. I'm good with cold coffee. And she's like, you never
Yeah.
sit down long enough to drink it. And I'm like, because I'm at work, not like some
Yeah.
of these other people I work with.
Uh-huh. Work.
Because see, they're everywhere, those people. Thanks, Nicole. So interesting remarketing. Do you have a video for writers covering that?
I might, or it's my mind is shot. Let me see. It would be under the writing tips and tricks. Uh, I know I have one for about tropes because I know a lot of people hate that word.
It just
Um,
confuses me. I keep hearing until I came on BookTube, I had never
mhm.
heard of a trope.
Yeah, so a trope is just some like I read and reviewed Jennifer Hilt's The Trope Thesaurus, and that is mainly for writers. And really, a trope is just something that is real life, but then you kind of put a label on it. And even like magical tropes still have
Mm.
a basis in reality. Um, because I like you see like a lot of people that say, "Oh, let's just choose romance," because there's just a shitload of tropes that can be easily defined with romance. I'm not a romance writer; I just know a lot of about it.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, because
but
a
so let's
lot of it's
say,
discussed and all over the place too.
yeah, yeah. So like like a couple of tropes in romance: grumpy sunshine, secret baby, billionaire romance, or yeah, a billionaire, small town. Um, so
Oh, there was one
those.
Jen mentioned, rivals to lovers
Oh,
or something
enemies
like that.
to lovers, friends to. Yeah, there's so like you're just categorizing something that even magic tropes are in everyday life
Hmm.
because like the secret baby. Oh, yeah, there are people that hide that they've had a child.
Yeah.
I know of quite a few, but that would be considered a trope, right? And so then also like orphan or living in an orphanage, that's a
Mm.
trope, but it's actually just real life. So like when we're talking about I there's three different types to write, or actually there's four different. I'm going to go with four. So the fourth is passion project. You're not following any genre expectations, so it
Mm.
doesn't fit in a genre, and those are extremely hard to sell because it's kind of just a mishmash of
How to
whatever you
market
want
it. And,
because it's also like, really deep in you and you're not really trying to sell it quote unquote as a project or maybe not even publish it. It's deeply personal.
mm.
So that's one. And then right to market is the reader and genre expectations and beats and you hit that. So what makes an urban fantasy, for example, is magical sidekicks. You're in a big city.
Mm.
90% of the time the character is female, but 10% it can be a male character. There is some type of magic and you're solving a magical problem or a mystery. And then there is also snark and sarcasm, and it's fairly light, even though the topics can be heavy. And what's very well known for urban fantasy, Buffy. There's heavy topics there, but it's funny, right? And Buffy is who she is.
Yeah,
And
there's
not really like magical sidekicks, but she has vampires and all that stuff, right?
well, and the demons when Anna and some
Yeah.
of the others came.
Oh, yeah. So my urban fantasy books, also it also works, and it changes. But right now, urban fantasy has to be in first person point of view. It can't be in third person. 98%. 98% of urban fantasy is first person point of view. Now, whether that's present or past doesn't really matter. It just has to be first person point of view. So that's something as well that you have to look into. So that's writing to market. Now, if I didn't do like half of those things, I did not write a urban fantasy mystery book. That's just how like you didn't hit the genre. And I know that pisses a lot of people off, but I'm like, what makes a crime novel? What makes a romance novel? What makes a dystopian novel? There are a set of expectations that must be met, or else you don't have the thing. And also with my book, the book series, it's urban fantasy mystery. So I have the urban fantasy, and I also have the beats of a mystery novel. If you don't hit these specific beats and expectations, you don't have a mystery novel. That is going to be a hard sell. And so then
Me Bad Girl has described them as fun horror.
yeah.
Whoops, my bad.
Yeah. And then so that's the second type. The third type that you're seeing now, this is romantasy really, is that writing to market expectation tropes, where there are very popular tropes right now in very popular genres or subgenres, and right now it's romantasy, and this really kind of only works if you write fairly fast. I can't. Okay, so that's not going to happen. I'm not going to do this number 3 or number 4, where it's like you can write a book in like a couple months, 6 months, because you have now figured out that the trend is romantasy with 6 different tropes that these specific readers want. They are desperate for it. They will go out and buy that book, and that's basically fourth ring white right now. And any subsequent romantasy books, they are hungry for it. You just have to know how to do that market research, and you got to write fast enough to keep up. But there are a lot of indie writers and also traditionally published writers that are making 6 and 7 figures because they can write to market trend trope expectations. And then the fourth one that I think it's the most crap for, and I think it kind of should, it would be writing to sell. And you see that a lot right now with lit RPG. I use this example all the time. I'm so sorry for the people that don't write to sell with lit RPG, but this is where you can make 7 figures or more, where you read about 50 books in lit RPG. You write out every single detail. You're breaking it down line by line, and you're kind of just sort of copying and pasting in your own way. You're looking at what are the similarities of the names, the similarities of setting, the similarities of theme, the similarities of, is there a character arc or not? What are the city names? Is there like all these different tropes? You list it out, and then that's what you write. And then when you finish writing that book, because it's going to take like a month or so, then you're looking at what are the covers? What are the titles? If it's a series, what is the series title? What is my pen name? Because there are also trends with all of that stuff. And if you hit it exactly, and then you have a whole set up marketing plan within that right to sell, yeah, you can make 7 figures. But is that art?
Well, see, and then you get into that whole AI thing of having
Mhm.
AI write the story for you, right?
Yeah.
It's yeah,
I mean,
just
that's beyond formulaic, because there is comfort in formulaic stuff.
well, it gives you an
You know,
idea of what's going
yeah,
to be popular even before you
yeah,
start, right?
yeah. The right to sell is beyond formulaic. It's really like you're copying and pasting, but you're making that much money because you have tagged on to what like the trendsetters were doing, and
Mm.
then like the um yeah, so you have like the trendsetters that are doing this because they love it, right? Then you have like the right to market trends, which would be like, they still really enjoy it, but ooh, yeah, I also want to, have six figures because I love romantasy, and I can totally get 5 books out of this. Oh my God, yes, I'm so excited. And they at least have excitement. But then the final form is, wow, I want to just analyze the shit out of all of this, and I'm going to make even more money than the people before because I have spent a couple months just analyzing every damn thing. And okay, yeah, you just made $1 million, but are you going to be remembered? Do you consider that art? Did you make an impact at all? I don't, that's, something that that person or like even like the readership has to come to terms with. And I think there is a little bit of pushback with lit RPG right now because that is one of the biggest subgenres in fantasy right now where the readers are getting sick and tired of it because it's kind of the
Well,
same thing over and over again.
the funny thing is, the Da Vinci Code, the way I got back on this, the way I got on this spiral is years ago, I had picked up a book called The Secrets of the Code.
Mm,
Now, this was way back when I actually read the Da Vinci Code for the first time, and I've seen the movie since. And then I decided, because I'd had this book sitting on my shelves for years, and I'm like, well, I can't read this without rereading the Da Vinci Code because it'll make no sense all like a decade plus later. So I read the book, I read The Secrets. Holy Hannah, if I read one more time, the apostles lost their shit because Jesus kissed her on the lips, I was going to fling that sucker across the room. It was like,
hmm.
find another point to make.
Yeah,
But that was all based on, there would have been no book had Dan Brown not been so insanely successful with the
yeah.
Da Vinci Code.
Hmm.
But then, now because I read that, and then it ties in with the Bible and everything else in the I now have 100 books in my personal library that are all going to tie back to the Da Vinci Code, all
Yeah.
because I read that stupid The Secrets of the Code. But the good
Yeah.
thing is, I've now read over 60 of my own books that have all
Hmm.
connected to this. Most of them were rereads because sometimes I'm not the brightest crayon in the box. And I hadn't put together Bible and ancient Egypt, which I have read a ton about, even though I haven't read the Bible. It's like, oh yeah, how come this didn't compute before? So
Mm.
all those books have, but yeah, and it's kind of interesting. I'm like, well, and even with Fourth Wing, and then I'll catch up on comments. I mean, anyone who's been on my channel for more than 2 days, well, okay, maybe a week, knows I am not a fan of Fourth Wing. It's just
Yeah.
never going to happen. And if other people enjoy it, or same with ACOTAR, that's great. I'm glad there are authors out there writing material for them that they enjoy. But when I did my review of Fourth Wing, it wasn't half an hour and it wasn't all a rant. Now,
Hmm.
part of it helped because talking with Noah and a few other people, I'm like, okay, from a first time fantasy reader, I can get why it would seem interesting.
Hmm.
So, and I did that and I tried to provide a balanced view because some other people may love it. There's one channel I saw 5 hours about it, ranting.
Mhm.
I'm like, how? And
Yeah.
hundreds and thousands of views. I'm like, okay, number
Yeah.
one, I know views don't count for watch hours. They're just people who clicked and who actually watched 5 hours of all of that. And I'm like,
Mhm.
no way. When I do a review, I mean, it may sometimes get to half an hour, but in my mind, I'm thinking people are spending time writing books. I'm not going to just spend 5 minutes talking about it. Like, if I'm going to talk about a book, I'm going to talk about a book. And that doesn't mean that people who spend less time are doing it wrong. Everyone's got their own style and all of that.
Mhm.
And you need to do what works for you. But I'm like, a 5 hour rant? Geez,
Yeah.
I'd run out of words. I didn't like it, but even I couldn't come up with 5 hours. It's
Yeah.
like, ay, ay, ay. But okay, Jenny's saying the devastation if you miss the shops. Yeah, I mean, no milk. Shop about 15 houses away. So that's a nice hop and a skip. Without creams, just a missed opportunity. Oh, for tea, I was going to say coffee. Oh, Jen, have to have hot coffee. Oh, a mug warmer. There you go. See, I wouldn't get use out of it because I'm good with cold coffee. Me too, only way. So we have hot coffee drinkers. Colleague just chucks his cold coffee in the
Mhm.
microwave. There's, yep, another bonus. Coffee connoisseur. Ooh, flavored creamers and a milk frother here.
Ooh.
Woo!
Okay.
Schmancy coffee. Okay, and this is Nicole thanking you, checking it out about the marketing videos.
Yeah, if not, then I can do one, but I feel like I have. It could it could also be like there's not one
She can
specific
let you know
video.
in your comments.
Yeah. Like there it could be like there's not one specific video. It's just that I've talked about it like scattered throughout that I'm thinking that it's one video, but it's not. It could very well be that. If it's not one specific video, then I would put that together. I know that I talked about, so I did a video about what is romantasy and why is it popular because people weren't getting the romantasy point, and it's
Mm,
romance in a fantasy setting, and that actually did pretty good. Like I think it's almost at 200 views from a couple
nice.
months ago. Um, but there are when you see I mean, there's always trends. I know a lot of people, I think, well, I would say a lot of people don't understand how marketing works, and it kind of goes into a little bit with propaganda. Um, you
Well, that's
market
quite
every single thing.
complex.
Yeah, you market every single thing. And there are things that even with art that is about marketing, right?
Yeah.
And the trends right now, just right now, are romantasy. And people, yeah, I understand the confusion, but it's actually been around for quite some time. It's just right now the trend is so big that traditionally published authors are
Mm.
booming. Romantasy was a thing for indie writers. Thanks, we started it. No, we didn't really start. I mean, we kind of did. Okay, I'm just saying. Um, Trailblazers, hello. And then that was picked up um, by like Sarah J. Maas. And then that's like, boom, here we go.
Yeah.
Now it's with like, you know, more mainstream. Um, but like I see it declining a bit because as I was talking in that romantasy video breakdown is things are declining when writers, publishing houses, just like people trying to market something,
Mm.
is that they're trying to go wider than the audience. So you're instead of focusing on romantasy readers, they're trying to go for fantasy readers. And that's not
Mm.
how that works. Okay.
Yeah. Two
No.
different groups.
No. So for romance, there are specific beats. If you do not hit these beats that I'm going to just lay out right here, you did not write a capital R romance, out the door. You're going to get trashed. There's the meet cute, getting to know you. There's a conflict that breaks up the couple or
Mm.
on the verge of a breakup. There's a reconciling, and there's a happily ever after. You could kind of get a little bit of the stuff kind of mixed in out of order in the middle, but if you don't have a meet cute, you don't have a breakup, and you don't have a happily ever after, you did not write a romance. That happily ever after, that's not a romance book. Capital R romance. And
Mm.
that is we're talking about like writing to market. You didn't write a romance if you didn't do those beats, especially at the ending. And people are so annoyed about that. I'm like, okay, then you wrote a romantic fiction. You wrote a women's uh you wrote like, what was that? Chicklet. That's what I'm thinking of. That's not derogatory. I read chicklet.
I
Women's
remember
fiction.
chocolate, but it was gum.
Yeah. Oh.
Sorry.
No, no, no.
I'm dating myself. Chiclets,
Yeah.
they were came in a little packet.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah, no chickens here. There are other genres that you can put your book in. Like people say Nicholas Sparks is a romance writer. He is not. Nope. There's no happily ever after. He doesn't hit those beats. He even says, I do not write romance. Do not put me in a romance section. You can have a love story, but that doesn't mean romance. So what's happening with romantasy is it's starting to decline, and they're trying to broaden the horizons of like all fantasy, but it's romance in a fantasy setting, and the fantasy world is not built up as much because it's a romance. Here we go.
See, and
Hot take.
maybe
It's not a hot take. It's what it is, but maybe that might be spicy for some people. But that it's romance in a light-ish fantasy world that is not built up because it's not that important. So that's why you're having a lot of people like, what the hell is this? It's for romance readers. That's what it is.
Fourth Wing.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted dragons, and the story to me didn't really start until the last 130 pages.
Yeah.
Now I've heard the next two are better, but I'm not risking it. I got too many other things to read. I'm good with Violet, and Ven gave me that. And yes, I've got Jack on just for you, Nicole.
Oh, thank you.
I know you're a fan, and I even have my Jack skeleton calendar over here.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
love me some Jack.
Right there. Yes.
Yeah. Do you have the? Oh, this is too funny.
Is that the same calendar? It's the same calendar.
Oh. Okay. What day? There we go.
May.
Yeah, we've got the same calendar.
That's lovely.
Oh, that's hilarious.
We're be vibing with
that's
the night.
Too funny. gotta have me some Jack.
Yes.
Okay, so Constance is saying Pete's Major Dickinson is awesome if you like coffee strong. I just I'm a plain Maxwell House, Folgers, or whoever's on sale gal. I am not coffee picky. As long as it's brewed, dark, little bit of milk, I'm good.
Oh, yeah.
Brown Yelp Gang, definitely a passion project. Yeah, I mean, Gareth being the musician, and this is about a rock and roll band out in space. Genres all over the place. And it's funny, Gareth, that cover reminds me of Farscape, which, by the way, still haven't finished watching because I'm down to about 2 hours of TV a week. But every time I think of Brown Yelp Gang, because I know it's about musicians and different things that happen to them, I also think of this old band called Prism, Spaceship Superstar, because it's about a band playing out in Mars and other places. So every time I see the book, I think of that old song that I used to have cranked in my car as a kid. YouTube ads, bombarding me with some profoundly awful books. Ones like fairy tale, Cinderella, but violent. Rate
Hmm.
of AI. Anyone else seeing this? I
I
haven't,
have no.
but have you, Nicole?
No. I get like there's this one thing that like I don't know how to it must maybe it's like a program or something about like this Australian guy that's like talking about due dates to due dates and tricks how to go to due dates and not bed rot. I'm like, what the it just like damn it. I've seen this 50,000 times and I don't even know what you're talking about. Your ad is not successful because I don't know what you're talking about with your due dates to due dates. I love that you're trying to, have a play on words. I don't know the play on words. That's where I'm at with the ad.
Well, see, and it's funny. And whoops, not AI, like the steak sauce, A1.
I love A1.
I love A1 too. I just actually had, we just had steak with potatoes the other day.
Mm.
But it's funny, just out of curiosity the other day, I looked up the Folio Society because I follow a few channels that have talked about them. Philip Hall from Australia has mentioned them, and I think Mark Book Ramble has as well. And I'm
Mhm.
like, I keep hearing about these books, but I have no clue what they are. So I looked them up, and they're these gorgeous illustrated copies of books
Mm.
that I can't not afford.
Yeah.
And that's not just the shipping, but I mean, they're beautiful. And if you're a collector, it would totally make sense. I have an
Mhm.
illustrated Da Vinci Code, $5 at the thrift store. And that's the only reason I picked it up is it was at the thrift store. Because I already have a copy of the Da Vinci Code. But now it's funny because I play my little match 3 games. I don't do like intensive gaming.
Mhm.
Now I keep getting ads for the Folio Society.
Oh.
Hmm.
Mm.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, now see, Gareth, aren't you going to read some of that to us, please? That would be
Mhm.
the Brown Yelp Gang. The main ad I keep getting is for Pocket FM and some kid with vampire superpowers. I don't know what you don't know. Don't tell me what you've been looking up, Jenny. Lord, that could be anything. They're incessant, horrible actors, some dubious images. Yep,
Mhm.
agreed. If I want fancy coffee, I go. Yeah, see, I don't go to Starbucks. That's like way too. No, I just want me a coffee with some cream. That's it. I don't need it to
Yeah.
sing, dance, and entertain me. Just give me the damn coffee. Work from home, so I need all. Yeah, cozy comforts for sure. Want to say Nicole has several very helpful videos for writers. Yes, she does. I know I've recommended Nicole and Margaret to a friend of mine who I think she has now finished her first book. She's still going through it and everything, but I'm
Mhm.
like, follow these people and they will talk about editing and a lot of things. I would recommend you, Gareth, but you talk about everything but your editing and your books. Got to get on that, dude. Self promote. Think I'd like Romantasy more if they had decent world building. Agreed. And
Mhm.
that was an excellent point because that's a big part of Fourth Wing. What irked me with Akatar is she keeps mentioning this continent and there's other humans and other Fae over there, but that's all she does is mention this other continent. Like we have the map of, was it Prithian? But no big description of what the hell is this other continent, and it's not even on the stupid map. So why
Mhm.
mention it? It's like grr. Hey Matthew, I don't read romantasy, namely because I'm sure I wouldn't enjoy it. Yeah, but if you, it, it depends. To
Mhm.
me, and again, if people enjoy reading that, that's awesome. I got to skip probably 100 or more pages between the 5 books of ACOTAR because I don't need to know how many ways Farah can do it and such things. It just is not up my give a flick interest panel, so to speak. I agree with Azrael in book 5 when he walked in on a couple and it was getting, messy. And the female leaves, of course, duly embarrassed. And Azrael looks at the other character and goes, "Dude, I eat here."
Yeah.
Because the one's like, "Why? What did you do walking in here?" And he's like, "It's the dining room. I eat here."
Yeah.
Boom. Agreed. Take it
That-
elsewhere.
The dark, broody Azrael. Yep. We love to see it.
Hat Man, we meet again. Hello, hello. There we go. I love chiclets too. I didn't even know if they're still around.
I've never heard of that. I just heard of chick lit is chick literature. But now it's women's literature.
No, there you go. See,
They made it
the
nice.
words change too fast.
Mhm.
Couldn't even keep up with Orwell and his redoing those dictionaries. You'd be doing them like every few weeks, seriously. And I knew I loved you both for so many reasons. Huge fan of Nightmare Before Christmas. Oh yeah, I think I saw that in your video. Dressed as Jack
That's
and
cute.
Sally for Halloween. I know I've seen one of your costumes, and the two of you, it was amazing. TBC, not seeing those ads on this stream. Oh, to be clear. Good. Yeah, there should be no ads. Matthew saying hi. Oh yeah, because it was farther down that I had seen him. Matt saying, or Gareth saying hi. There you go. Mention you, Matt, in my nice joyful June video. Awesome. Constance, yeah, I can do. Okay, reading from his books. Nightmare Before Christmas, huge thing to me. Frequently wearing NBC clothing most days. Seen the show with Danny Elfman, orchestra 4 times. Wow. Watch it as a family every year. Definitely one of my Halloween things, and we have a special edition. And one of these days, see, Gareth, thought I should have you on. I actually, and it was such a cute find at Indigo. It's in a coffin, and it's a trivia. It's like a trivia. It is a trivia game of Jack Skeleton. So of the movie, production, all kinds of things, and 5 categories on each card. Yeah. See, it was funny. One of my first live streams, holy crike, I think it's almost 2 years ago now, was going to be playing Trivial Pursuit and Jack Skeleton. And I still have never ended up doing it. But yeah, it's such a great show.
Oh, it's good. Yeah.
I love me some Jack, and I love me Corpse Bride. Tons of other NBC merch in general. We'll see today. And Jenny, if you're still here, the shirt is, "If you love me, you'll let me sleep." We were making jokes today on Voxer about foolishly waking up someone, and that's just like a death wish in some homes. So, best not to do that.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Can't remember if I've even seen NBC. See, and this is it with streaming and everything. And when we had cable and when I was growing up, see, this is how old I am. We had a black and white TV when I was a kid. It was a big deal when we got the color TV because it meant we didn't have to put that like stupid foil thing to make it wasn't color. Black and white was better. And yeah, we had ABC, NBC, and CBS. And I think CBC maybe. And that was it. And you know what? We had something to watch every night of the week. And the TV went
Mhm.
off at a certain hour. There was a bzzz, and it came
Oh
back
yeah.
on in the morning. No
Mhm.
24/7, no 200 channels, all featuring most of the same thing. So cut it
Mhm.
down. Very different times.
Yeah.
Hey, Gareth, be sure to check it out. So behind. Yeah, me too, Matt. Me too. I have to catch up on tags, and there's other videos. And thank you for doing the dragon tag, Nicole. I watched that, and so many other people have done it. Yay!
Yay!
And it cracks me up. So I started the tag. I think it's just getting up to 200 views now.
Mhm.
I think it's maybe 2, 3 weeks later.
Mhm.
Someone
Yeah.
else who did it within a matter of days, 700 views.
Yeah. I don't like the
But to be fair,
algorithm.
they also are a bigger
Oh.
channel, so
Oh yeah. Yeah. That helps. And then also like the algorithm. Oh my God. Whatever. I've been
exactly.
I've been on BookTube for 8 years now. It is what it is, you know. I'm
I
not.
just passed year 3, and I'm
Yeah.
still not at 500.
Yeah. I mean, interesting part was like my husband loves BattleTech, which is it's a sci-fi dystopian thing. Maybe some guys will know about it. It's like 90% target at guys. And I only know about it because he listens to it all the time. And there's this guy nicknamed Tex, and he is very well known in the BattleTech world because he does YouTube videos on it that could last like 3, 4 hours because the lore is so deep and it's like
Oh,
decades and decades old. So then he also is well known for like Star Trek talk and all that stuff. So then I don't know the podcast, but he was on a podcast with a group of other Star Trek BattleTech fans, and the topic was about YouTube and growing your numbers and kind of just overall life lessons. And I thought it was really interesting because I say the same thing. Um, and I'll paraphrase what he was saying, but for 4 years, only 1,000 subscribers. But he was doing it because he loved it. And it just so happened that then after like year 5, 6, then he was just the algorithm hit some he doesn't even know how, but something hit with the YouTube algorithm that now he has like maybe like 100,000 subscribers. It's
holy jump.
it's yeah, it's or like less than 100,000. It's such a niche that he's not going to grow to millions, but it's enough that he can live off of it also
Yeah,
because he's
no
like kind of like
kidding.
in the middle of nowhere, so it helps. And then he also expanded out to Star Trek so he can go on different podcasts and all that stuff. But he was like, yeah, I understand the people that want to make money off of content creation, but it's not stable, and there's no um
Sorry, but
oh, oh, we're gonna eat the num
Tiki has discovered the
num.
caring tree. So I will have to move that soon. So you continue with your story while
Oh yeah.
I make sure my caring tree stays in one piece.
Yes. Well, yeah, Tex was saying that there is no guarantee whatsoever that you would get even like 100 subscribers or 1,000 or make any sort of money off of content creation on YouTube or just, in
Mm,
general. So you have to do it because you enjoy it
exactly.
and not really expect that just because you put in a lot of work and time and effort that, you're going to make
Tiki,
$100,000
stay
off.
here.
That you're going to
Yeah,
make, hundreds of thousands of dollars off of your YouTube channel or just kind of like your small business or anything like that, because you can only control so much of just life in general. And so
Yep.
it's better to do things that you really love. And of course, like, don't go into major debt or anything, but it's like, do what you want to do. And if the success comes, and that's also like a bonus, because I see a lot of booktubers, and well, I guess this is a hot topic lately, and people are getting fights over it, where uh lately, what was the lately one? There's so many. Um okay. What type of videos should or should you not do, and like, what do you have to do to be a popular booktuber and blah blah. And it's also like, well, for one thing, there's like
Do
three
your own
booktubers.
thing.
Yeah, there's like three booktubers that have hit 1 million subscribers. Okay, it's usually under 100K.
Mm,
So we're kind of niche on booktube. If you want to get like quote unquote big, do gaming. Like, stream your gaming. Like, that's really it's kind of uh a lot in that pool right now, because yeah, you can have millionaires that are just gaming for like half a day. But you also have to like look at the niche that you're interested in,
yeah.
and you can't get huge numbers, in booktube, because only like three have 1 million, and it's usually under 100,000. And then also, like, I guess this will piss people off, but at the end of the day, you decide what and what not to do. If you don't want to do certain things, you don't have to do those things. You are your own person. And yes, that might mean that you're not gonna, maybe, I don't know, but it might mean that you're not gonna hit 100,000 subscribers and quit your full-time job and just do
Mm.
booktube for the rest of your life. But if those types of videos, or like any type of thing, goes against your morals, are you going to do 5-hour rant videos? No, because that goes against your morals. Okay, yeah, also that's like a lot of effort. I think a lot of people forget that even the content creators that they don't like, that's a lot of work.
Yep.
That's a lot of work. Even live
Yep.
streaming, that's a lot of work. Um, and so I've seen like people not like book hauls or tags or anything like that. You don't have to do them. At the end of the
Exactly.
day, you don't have to do them. I don't do videos. I don't do book reviews on 1, 2, or 3-star books. That's been like that since day one, and it's not going to change.
Yep.
Could I have more viewers? Absolutely, because what's popular right now, I mean, really what's always popular is rant videos,
Hmm.
or reaction videos, or response videos, or videos about the drama in the booktube community. You can get 50,000 views easily if you pick up on what is going on Blue Sky or Twitter or whatever, and just do like a 15-minute video on it. Do I
See,
want
and
to do
I'm
that?
not on
No.
any of those, so I don't even know about this
Yeah.
drama. I mean, I know in the paranormal and the debunking communities, it's huge, but it's
Oh yeah.
pretty much on YouTube and spills over to Facebook and others, but
Mm,
I'm not on any of those. So I'm
yeah.
just, I have my lovely group, my
Yeah.
spring tree, which Tiki's decided the
Yeah.
window's more in. She went up and she looked at it and
Uh-huh.
then she came back down to the desk. So now, bless her, she's just looking out the window and look at the birdies and things happening. So I'm like, yes, that means she may
Hmm.
leave it alone. But yeah, so I don't even know about all that other
Yeah.
stuff. But it's funny. And I was debating about either doing a poll or I might put it in one of my videos asking, who can tell me when was the last time I said in a video, like or subscribe? And by the
Yeah, I don't
way,
know.
it hasn't made a single difference. I've actually gotten more
Mhm.
subscribers since I stopped doing it.
Mhm.
Because
Yeah.
I know everyone keeps saying it, and I'm like, seriously, if you've been on YouTube for a week, you kind of know the drill if you've seen 10
Mhm.
videos. But the other irony is the number of people who will say to me, "Oh, I really love your video." I'm like, "Thanks. Could you leave a comment? Because,
Yeah.
that's what'll get me out to other people." Just saying, love the hearts,
Yeah.
love the comments, but even if you
Mhm.
leave me an emoji. So it's like,
Yes.
okay, yeah, I
Yeah.
guess sometimes you do. But see, I do say, tell me about what you're reading or this or
Mhm.
that, comment. And sometimes it
Mhm.
it happens and
Yeah.
sometimes it don't. Okay, I have to we got to catch up here. I'm getting behind. Oh, okay, yes. Jen had an amazing idea. Maybe we should all get
Ooh,
together for a
yeah.
live discussion about Nightmare Before Christmas. Ooh, October. That way. No, you're
Yeah.
doing Spooky Skeleton?
Well, I think it
Scary
depends on
Halloween?
if I hope so if things calm down, but maybe not. I hope it will calm down by October.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
but
Well,
it
I'm
has not been great
thinking
for 7 months. The stress has not
well,
subsided. So
it's got to let up. So we're going to
yeah.
assume it's going to let up. Well, not assume. We're going to put
Oh,
out to the
yeah.
universe that this is
Yes.
how it should be, and the stress needs to leave Nicole.
Yeah.
Things need to start working out for her and the hubby, and all good things are coming their way. But I'm thinking
Mhm.
we could do that around October.
Yeah, that'd be good.
That would tie
Any we
in with
gotta we gotta wear merch. Any, on the thing.
I
Yeah, that's
I
another.
got me my I Need Coffee Jack top, and I got my
Oh.
hammers and
Mhm.
calendar and the trivia. Gareth is also up for it. Bit of an obsession. Know every. Oh yeah,
Mhm.
because he's like so up on his movies. Oh
Mhm.
yeah, we definitely, Gareth. I want to see how you do with this trivia game because I thought I was good with it, and I started looking at the questions, and I'm like, hell's, I don't know. Because it's about production and other things too, right? It's not just the characters in the movie. So yeah,
Mm.
okay. So I will definitely need to make note of that. Booktube, 18 months, only have 350. Jen, 3 years. 3 years. So you're doing great, sweetie. Make the videos that I want to make
Mhm.
exactly. Don't focus on hot button issues. Yep, no
Yeah.
drama. See, I try and behave. I couldn't resist putting Captain Makeup in my pirate tag, scrubbing
Mhm.
the deck. I thought about changing it, and I'm like, no, I will never have this opportunity again. Now, do you want to know the really funny thing? Because I'm like, maybe because most people know who I'm referring to as Captain Makeup.
Mhm.
And I thought, am I going to lose people? Nope. You know the tag that cost me a subscriber? The rapid fire tag. I'm like,
Oh,
what did I say? So
rapid fire. I don't know.
apparently something in there upset somebody, and I'm like, no, well, biggest videos, the one I did on Neil Gaiman, made much better videos.
Mhm.
I still have a Neil Gaiman to read. I've never read his work, and I know him from Good Omens, but I've seen the show, not read his work.
Mhm.
Having fun, thankful for the bookish friends. Aw, like y'all. Agreed. And I'm exactly the same, Jen. I mean, the connections, the people, the support, the encouragement, and that's why the caring tree, because some days are just really, yeah.
Mhm.
And so there you can look and go, you know what? I'm not alone. My NG video. Oh, okay. Genuine. Wish it wasn't my biggest one. Yeah, I hear you.
Mm-hmm.
See, and I've got one with. It had to do with the book banning, but it has a picture of Stephen King and DeSantis. It's over
Mm-hmm.
400 some odd. It's like, ugh. I mean, it was important to talk about it because the publishing houses were getting involved, but
Mm-hmm.
really, there there's a lot of other stuff I had talked about, but is what it is. It's
Yeah.
book to YouTube. Hope no one in our
Yeah.
community would feel they had to do anything. Feed your soul. Absolutely. And I
Yeah.
agree. Jim's channel is awesome. I am behind, but book songs video was really well done. Thanks for the kind words. Nice of you to say. Hello, Heroic Book Adventures. Had another channel top 1,700 subs in 18 months. Wow. Videos, tens of thousands of views. Would have made way more flippin' burgers. Do what you love on your channel. There you go. And actually, it's interesting. And thank you for sharing that. Um, and welcome. Mark from Book Ramble also used to have another channel and he stopped doing it because
Yeah.
it wasn't fun. And then he started his booktube. So it's small, but it's
Mm-hmm.
quiet. And I've often said too, I mean, would it be nice to be monetized and get a bit? Sure. But I've
Mm-hmm.
seen other people who are monetized, it goes up and down, or they get hit
Yeah.
with copyright stuff or demonetized. So it's not like it's a paycheck you can always count
Mm-hmm.
on.
Yeah.
And again, it up and down with the algorithm. Their videos will be doing good for a while, then they tank. And if that's what you don't have a backup for your bills. I mean, at
Mm-hmm.
this point, I'm happy with the community. I love that, people read my community posts, and I think I get about 10-ish likes on most of them. I've seen someone else who's got 10,000 subscribers and doesn't even get usually 2 or 3 likes on their community posts, which
Mm-hmm.
tells me I got people coming to read the post. So I may not
Yeah.
have hundreds and hundreds of videos, although now at least I'm getting to the point where they may start really low, but then they'll pick up in a few
Yeah.
days. So now everything's over 30 views at least,
Mm-hmm.
which is huge for me.
Yeah.
And I'm good with that because, I get people they're busy, their
Mm-hmm.
schedules, people watch them when they can watch them.
Yeah.
And I'm just grateful for every watch because I mean, you think of the millions of videos that go up every freaking day, like
Yeah.
every day. It's wild. But what
Mm-hmm.
I really appreciate is the connections, the conversations, being able to email or Voxer and reach out, have conversations like this. I
Mm-hmm.
like it small. I mean, I start my mornings, I answer the comments, and I leave a post for the community. And then, I'm either editing, yard work, reading, whatever the day is. But that way I can keep up with comments.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the part I love is that conversation and those comments. And then
Yeah.
sometimes if I'm editing whatever, I happen to be online and I see a comment, then I'll reply. But usually that's how I start my day.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that. I don't want it to get so big that I can't
Yeah.
keep up with it. I'll be happy
Yeah.
if someone just buys me a book or some sticky notes from
Mm-hmm.
my Amazon wish list, because then that means I got more money for books.
Yeah. Well, I think yeah, last week I did like a impromptu live stream, and I've just seen a lot of people stressing over booktube, but it's like it's every YouTube thing about like there are clicks and there's mean people and there's bullying. I'm like, welcome to the internet.
Well, exactly.
For
No
one thing.
matter what you do, Facebook or Twitter, like you're going to find those everywhere,
Yeah. And
sadly.
so, yeah. And then, there's, you can't, you can't control people. Yes, you can definitely, um, I think the best way, instead of pointing fingers and shaming people, is do what you want to do and be welcoming. I don't think that, like, making 10 videos in a row about how such and this person or that person sucks. Oh, congratulations. You're not, sorry, you're not adding to the conversation. You're just being a negative person and you're being rude. Of which you're saying that other people are being rude, then why are there 10 videos in a row about basically you bullying others because they're
Mm,
not nice to you? Maybe, maybe
yeah.
you need to be a little nicer. And that's why you can't make friends. I'm just saying as a hot take. But um, are you commenting on other people's posts? Are you interacting with anyone? Are you being not like there are things that will turn people away, and it's not necessarily about clicks or anything like that.
Yeah.
There are obviously clicks. Okay, that's life. That's human nature to click up together. But also, like, after a certain point, if you made like no friends, or you made like one or two friends but you just can't seem to like do much else, there's somewhat of an inward looking, an inward gaze that might need to be done.
Mm. Well, exactly.
Just saying, like, you're saying that everyone hates you. One, is that true? And if that is truly the case, why might that
Yeah. What's going on?
be?
What's the deeper issue?
Yeah. And like when they're talking about how, yes, there are obviously people, like, they're writing to sell, where they're just trying to make money as much as they can, and
Yeah.
they might not necessarily even like what they're doing. Actually, there are a few right to sell writers that have admitted that they hate the genre. um
Mm.
that's never going to go away. So
Well,
being
you get
angry,
that in every
yeah,
field,
yeah.
regardless.
So being angry and ranting about that, I don't know what that is doing to you and your soul. I don't think it's anything good.
No.
But I think that even the people that are doing like popular trend videos, they could also enjoy it. Like, I don't know why, but like, I guess maybe because it's Tag Tuesday now. So now, like, you upload I don't do this. But like, uploading your book tags or writer tags on Tag Tuesday, ooh, it's a big thing now. I think that's cute. But then it's like, oh, if you don't do it, then you're not part of the community and people hate you. And then I'm just like, where is that coming from? I just want to ask some
Lots of
questions.
us who don't do it on Tuesday, and it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
I don't even use the hashtag.
Yeah. And so I'm like, I would
Maybe that's
where
why no one likes me.
yeah, I'm just wondering, like, if that is something that is so upsetting, where is that coming from? I want to, like, it we're missing it. We're
But
missing it,
again,
Elaine. It must be on Twitter or something. I'm not on Twitter. Like,
if
but
that's the
also,
biggest thing rocking your world right now with everything freaking
yeah,
going on, seriously.
yeah. It's like, what are you taking in? Is that really okay? Like, I don't think that is nourishing whatsoever.
No.
Um,
And how does
it's not a
talking
big
about it help anybody?
no, I don't, yeah. I think, well, it's like, oh, if we don't talk about it, then nothing changes. Okay, to a certain extent, I understand. However, I've been on BookTube for 8 years. I was watching 10 years ago. There were always clicks, and it wasn't even clicks. It's just like, when you start at a certain time with others, you're going to come together,
Yeah.
and people are going to come, you know, leave, some will come into that group, and then you kind of rise, and some will go higher, and some
Yeah,
will, and then they'll leave. That's life.
exactly.
That is just life, but it's more public because it's the internet, and it's more like it's very much in your face. So you see like the drama happening, but you can see that at work. You can see that in your family,
Exactly.
in college, in high school.
Ugh,
Oh gosh. It's just
ugh.
like I think the internet is real but not real. Like this is happening, but I don't know what's happening on Twitter talking about like we must change booktube and get away from tags. I have
Mm,
no idea what's going on there. But that doesn't actually affect this or
yeah.
real life. You know, if you don't like something, then don't do it. And maybe if you like have people, like a lot of people saying, "Oh, why don't you do tags anymore?" Then you can do like a video about it. But do you need to say it constantly? I don't know. That is a little bit of an anxiety cycle that I'm seeing lately everywhere, but specifically I think on BookTube, and it could be just that there are people everywhere that are seeing people succeed like faster, and then like they're
Mm,
kind of like they're at like a certain point they're not moving, or they're slowly moving, but just because someone is more successful faster does not mean that's going to last.
yeah. Well, it does.
Because
There's an ebb and flow.
yeah, I mean, I don't know anyone, no one from when I started that's still going. They've
Yeah, I
all
saw that
deleted.
in your video the
Yeah.
other day.
Yeah, they've deleted their channel or they've abandoned it. So I'm like, my group, no, I'm the only one left. So I kind of just I float in and out. I just hang out with people that are cool. And I actually have no, because I was looking up like how many truly are there, like a million booktubers, because it's for people, it is a numbers game, and they want to, do content creation and be an influencer. Okay. Um, Choose a different genre of YouTube. I'm going to tell you that right now. But if that's your dream for BookTube, might be a little hard, but there's only three booktubers that are like have a million subscribers, and you don't
Mm,
even need to have a million. You could have like 15,000 subscribers, and depending where you live, of course, you
yeah.
could live off of that if you do sponsorships, right? So there's like a whole
Mm,
thing right
and
now.
affiliate programs and
Yeah,
stuff. Like there's lots of, and even one of the
there's a lot
big
of stuff.
one of the big how-to people I've seen, even he says, and he's got over 800,000. And even he said he doesn't make most of his money from his YouTube videos.
Hmm.
It's everything else that he has, affiliate programs,
Yeah.
sponsorships, and other products and merch.
Hmm. Yeah.
So,
And then, yeah, I think also then people forget that it's not just like YouTube, you have to do other stuff. So then it's like, do you want to do that?
do you have the
Um,
time, like especially
yeah.
if you're juggling it with other jobs?
Hmm. Yeah. And like, yeah, really, what do you want to be known for as well? Because I think that most people forget that the internet is forever. And just because you delete something does not mean that it's gone. It's not gone. So,
Never's evers.
yeah. So then there's also that, and um, I mean, there are now if you like doing this, that that's on you. But there are like just booktubers that just do negative reviews. Do you want to be known for that?
The 5 hour chick.
Yeah. Do you
Well,
want
and
to be
that's it.
known
When
for
you
that
have
as your
kids,
brand? Yeah.
do you want your kid coming across that type of stuff?
Yeah.
Because eventually they'll be older.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, what do you want to be remembered for? Do you want, and I did a video ages ago and then I redid it as well, just to update it a bit because I was getting a little more savvy with things not
Mhm.
looking so gnarly in the background. But it was about words have power.
Yeah.
And, do you want to spend your life and your time uplifting other people?
Mhm.
Or are you using the power of your words to keep tearing people down and make them less than you?
Yeah.
And I think about that. I mean, yeah, once in a while I can be a little brat and something will slip out because, I be human.
Yep.
But my goal is never to make myself seem better than anyone else. And it's not about ripping and tearing
Mhm.
people apart. I mean, if I'm talking about a book, even if it's, like I said, Fourth Wing, I didn't love it, but that's not going to mean I'm going to rant and rave about it because there
Mhm.
were some things in that book. Like, I don't actually rate books because I find it hard 1 to 5.
Yeah.
And so doing a review is a bit easier because I'm just
Mhm.
talking about the book. Here's what's happening. Here's what I enjoyed. Like this one review that I have, I actually need to redo part of it. But an author, bless them, sent me a book, read, review it. I did. I need to do the video. But in there, I'm going to mention if you're not into reading dialogue, you're
Mhm.
not going to enjoy this because there's a lot of dialogue.
Yeah.
But as you're reading it, it also makes you feel like you're part of the story right there, hearing the
Mhm.
conversation. So, I mean, I could just say that negatively and go, well, shit, there's a ton of dialogue, and who wants to read all this stuff?
Yeah.
Or I can say, if you're not into reading a lot of dialogue, this may not be for you, but here's the advantage of having a book with a lot of dialogue.
Yeah.
It's how you say it. And again, long term. And it was funny. It's actually one of the debunkers who, was before the channel was getting bigger and things. And I was watching him and I'll never forget. Like he said, always remember, and he doesn't do drama either. Actually, he
Mhm.
pisses a bunch of people off because he won't get into the drama. And he's like, you know what? This is my channel. I need to think about what's up on my channel.
Yeah.
And that's not who I am. And that's not where I
Mhm.
want to go with things. So, no, I don't. And, that stuck with me is like, yeah, your content's up there for ages. And just because you've forgotten everything that's up there, it could still pop up at some point. So, better to have something that you're proud of pop up
Mhm.
than, this is why I have my keyboard warrior journal. There are
Yeah.
so many things I would love to rant about right now in the world. And I'm
Yeah.
like, why? I'm not a political person. There are tons
Mhm.
of political channels. There are
Yeah.
lots of people losing their shit all over the place right now about this stuff. And ultimately, what would it change? Nothing.
Yeah.
But in here, I can write whatever I want, and it's on
Yeah.
paper. So then I can shred it.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I
So
was
those are the days I grab the journal.
mhm. Yeah, I think a lot of people, like newer people, I think like almost 300, maybe let's just go with 300 videos, like book review videos that are evergreen. So, the title is what it is. Yeah, instead of like the clickbaity stuff, because
Yeah,
that is also a thing. Like there are trends like clickbaity titles that like, is that person going to know what that is in 2 years? I really,
exactly.
yeah, so I really do like in the beginning with BookTube, I'm still at the almost every video is an evergreen video. That changed about like 5 years ago. And it got more like dramatic and clickbaity and all that stuff. as did like the whole internet, really. So it's not like a booktube problem. I would say it's like a human problem, but I guess that's a hot take as well. But I have about like 300 singular, book reviews, and you can watch that at any time. But I don't do 1, 2, 3 star reviews. I
Yeah.
do 3.5 onwards. I used to do 3, but then I was like, it's a good book, and so people freak out if about 3 stars. I don't think it's a big deal. I like the if I say it's a 3 star, 3.5 star, I like the book.
Mm.
Like above average, but people don't like to be average or above average. I get it, but also sometimes you're average. Get over it. I'm average sometimes. Okay, not perfect. Nothing can be perfect.
No.
Um, and well, oh, like the past 8 years, because it's never changed, but we just keep on going with the same cycle because humans do just the same stuff all the time. And I think it's kind of funny because I'm 8 years in and people think that the drama that's happening now is new. It ain't new. Um, there were quite a few channels that were just like me, but then that changed because you want more views and blah blah. That's own personal choice. But truly, if you want something to go away or you want someone to go away, you act like they don't exist. And that makes people uncomfortable because I'm right.
Yeah.
If you don't like a book, if you don't like an author, you don't talk about it. You don't talk about them. You don't post about it. You don't say anything. It's like that person or book does not exist. And
Mm.
that makes people really uncomfortable because that hits something in our human psyche because you don't want to be forgotten.
Yeah.
You want people to pay attention to you. So even the negative stuff, it does, of course, hurt your psyche, obviously, yes. But at least people know who you are. Even if they hate you, they're still feeling there. I don't care. Truly, that
Yeah.
wording, when it's done correctly, because there are people that say I don't care, but you damn well do care. So
Mm.
stop lying. But I don't care really, really hurts deep
Mm.
to a human being's core.
Yep.
So if I don't like something, I'm not going to talk about it because it's not my problem. I
Mm.
don't care. And that really pisses people off. And I get this
Yeah.
sentiment because it's uncomfortable because you don't want to be forgotten or your favorite thing that, like your favorite book or something. I say 1 star, I don't care. It hurts. But if you truly want someone to go away or you want to stop seeing a book or book series, stop talking
Mm.
about it. It hurts. It does. And that is hard because if you hate something, you're still feeling something in there. There
Yeah.
is that passion, and you have like 15 reasons why you hate this, particular book or person or movie, but you're giving it publicity.
Yeah.
You're
Well,
giving that money. Hmm.
with that, like the banned book thing, right? The people who want books banned, it's like, do you really get what you're doing here, folks? But
Oh yeah,
okay.
or like music as well. How many teenagers, really like teenagers, started listening to metal or rock or rap? Don't tell me what to do. How about that? Don't tell me what to do because I will do the opposite. But if I don't say anything at all and I just ignore it and I say, I don't really care, do what you want to do. Yeah, people are like, oh, okay. Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not because you don't really feel anything about it. So it must not be cool.
The whole reverse psychology thing. Okay, I
Yeah.
gotta catch up. And I know we've lost Jenny. I did see she's left. Okay, so Jenny is now on Jen's channel. Might get a bit dramatic sometimes, especially when it comes to the or yeah. Well, understandably. I think we all get a bit blood pressure, everything elevated. Jen saying thank you to Jenny. Best videos ever made, never get the views. I hear you, Matthew. I feel the same. There's some I have spent between
Yeah.
recording and editing and everything. It's probably 3 to 4 hours for like maybe a 15 to 20-minute video that goes nowhere. It's like
Mm-hmm.
shite. To be fair, did a video. Oh, yeah, dog's birthday. So clearly, I'm not
Oh.
looking at numbers. It was an awesome video. I love seeing all your puppies. And I had no idea they were so tiny. They're so adorable. No spoilers. Oh, no spoilers, Gareth. Haven't seen it yet.
Mhm.
And see, Jenny's gone to bed, so I couldn't spoil it. But yeah, it's adorable. Need to watch it. Love seeing everyone's pets. Yep, same. Littlest dog looks like a puppet. Oh, Ralph and Chico. And they're so adorable because Gareth's holding them and they're just like rubbing his
Aw.
face with his noses. They're adorable. Starting to nod off. So yeah, I did get into say goodnight. Everyone's saying goodnight to Jenny. Love the doggy video. Should be huge. Agreed. Hey, Cat has arrived.
Woohoo!
Another one free from work. Matthew saying hi. Saying hi to Matthew. Thanks, Constance. Hi, Cat. Gareth multitasking. Hanging in. Just got to work. Movie nights. Not worried about being on here at the same time. It's been dead. Oh no, people not coming to watch the movies. Kat asking what movie? Yeah, because we're usually over on Kat's channel Friday night for reading sprints. And oh, really? And it's dead. Last showing of Thunderbolts. Plan to do some reading later. It has got to be quiet. We're all average. I agree. How do you like Thunderbolts? Yeah, see, I didn't even, because again, I don't pay attention, but there was something with Sebastian Stan, and he's in there as Winter Soldier. But see, here's the thing. I guess this movie picks up after some of the Netflix shows. So he was what was it? Winter Soldier and can't think of the other character's name. And I'm like, no, I refuse to watch anything on Disney. That's just my thing after they screwed over Johnny Depp. Everyone else, I'm not saying all need to stop watching Disney. I make my choices. I still shop
Yeah.
Amazon, but I will not watch Disney. So, nope. I don't know how Loki finished up, and I don't know about this. But yeah, I didn't know about the movie till a little while ago. Very true, Nicole. Sometimes folks need to be warned so they don't suffer reading a horrible book. Yeah, see, Kat and Ven have saved me dozens of reads. I'm like, okay, don't need to read that one. Oh, enjoyed. Wish it would have done better. Yeah, I'm surprised. But you know what? Money.
I think
And
it was too
Nicole, you
much.
said this. Well, Nicole, you said
Too
this
much
in your
trendy.
video.
Oh yeah.
People are cutting back, right? And the theater is a luxury.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, I think superheroes had a huge trend, like billions of dollars, but then people get over it, right? Because you can only do so much, so that's why like romantasy is going to fall, eventually. And then something else is going to replace it. It's always that. It's just like some trends last longer. Like I think superheroes lasted like 15 years or something. So
At least.
the term trend could be long periods of time, but um it's kind of like you start kind of like a trailblazer starts it, in
Yep.
whatever artist sphere it is, and then it gets picked up. Oh my God, here we go. And it could last for a long time. But then people get sick of it because then you have the right to sell or the, film to sell. You're doing it for the money.
Yeah.
And then people see that you're doing it for the money. You're not doing what was originally intended, and then it's gonna go and fall down. But I mean, yeah, humans
Well,
kind of
and
fall
people
for it
want
every
variety.
time.
Well, and people want variety sometimes
Yeah.
too. It's like I used to enjoy watching the paranormal channels, but how many times can you watch people go in a house and go, "Hey, are there ghosts here?" Blah blah.
Mm. Yep.
You know,
New stuff. Yeah. And like the
but
new stuff is kind of, it's either old stuff already or it's like based on new stuff. There is a whole thing of like what's original. Not all that much, but there are things where you can do things, of course, differently. Like the whole like Legally Blonde
mm,
absolutely inverted the trope of a dumb blonde. You think that Elle Woods is dumb, but she's not at all, and she's nice. And yeah, she can love pink and she has a cute little chihuahua, but she passed her ASAP, the how to get into
bar
law
exam,
school.
bar
Yeah.
exam.
Yeah, by like just
Oh
fast.
wait, no,
What was
the
it called?
bar is
Oh,
to
that's
be
after.
able to practice. So yeah,
I think it's
whatever the
LSAT. Yeah, so like that, like she passed with flying colors with LSATs, got into like a Ivy League school,
yeah
and it's just like, oh, and she's kind, and she truly is friends with these sorority sisters and befriends everyone. She cares. What
yeah
the trope was, oh, dumb blonde, she doesn't care about anyone. She just cares about her clothes. She cares about her clothes. She loves fashion, but also here's her being a human being and not a cliche. And I
yeah
think
exactly
Reese Witherspoon really hit the nail on the head with inverting that dumb blonde trope. And so like you can do things new. And I
yeah
think people get, it gets old. Everything gets old. You can't, even like your, if you eat your favorite food every single day for a year, you're going to get over it and you're like, please
exactly
give me something else. So
yeah.
that's just the cycle of humans, and
Yeah.
romantic is gonna fall eventually. I'm interested to see what pops up next. It for a little bit was cozy fantasy. However, I think that's fallen a little bit because there are, of course, still people that want comfort, but it's looking like now people are just pissed off, so they're going for more violent, darker
Mm.
things. Um, and I can see why. I get it.
Hey, Margaret. Okay, we gotta catch up here, hon. Okay, reverse psychology. Mom tried it, knew what she was doing. Sometimes worked. Flashback to Ali Sheedy and Breakfast Club. Love that movie.
Hmm.
Ignoring people is a big deal. Saying hi to Kat. Hey, Constance. Oh, gotta eat dinner by Jen. Fantastic live. Wishing y'all a wonderful rest of your week. You too. Take care, sweetie. Thunderbolts has been dead the whole
Mm.
run. Wow. 2 tickets sold for tonight. Holy jeez, that's
Mm.
brutal. Didn't do it any favors. Cheesy cash grab. Well, there's that.
Hmm.
Oh, Gareth must have seen it. Film about mental health. Interesting. Bucky? Well, Bucky Barnes or Winter Soldier. It was Gareth, just did no business. So, okay, Matthew saw it as well,
Mm.
but just not people coming in, different kind of plot, least popular characters.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this isn't the Chris Evans bulked out and Loki and Thor.
Hmm.
Think Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 2 really started the superhero movie boom. Iron Man cemented it. Yeah, see, I didn't really like Iron Man, but you probably are right. And I liked Tobey Maguire as Spider-Man. I have no idea why they had to redo it. Both Kat and Margaret are saying the LSATs. Hey, Margaret, how you doing? 4 hours, ladies. Yes, indeedy.
We just can't stop talking.
That's right. Can't stop, won't stop. Bars after you graduate, correct? Per state to be able to
Hmm.
practice. So, yeah, I had it wrong. Margaret loves Reese. Looky, we caught up. Do you know, think I'll forever love bacon and hot wings, but then I can't have them every day to test that theory. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
don't do that.
Especially with
Gotta
hot
mix it up.
wings.
Yeah, I mean,
But
I
you're,
was having, well, I was, I'm doing like
excuse me.
stews just to like, because stews are pretty cheap, because we're on a strict budget. And
Yeah.
like I'm having stew for lunch and dinner, and by the end of the week, I'm just effing done.
Dude out.
I'm just
Been,
like, okay,
been there,
give
done
me,
that.
yeah, I was like, how about chicken noodle soup? I don't know, just something other than stew. Like I can't. So, what are we at now? Yeah, I had I cooked white rice and chicken, and that's for the rest of the week. I'm gonna be sick of that. Like, yeah, no. I have to mix things up somehow. I don't know how, but I have to because I'm so
Yeah.
bored right
See, this isn't and I mean, because yeah, we're not big eaters. I used to be when I was younger, and every now and again I can still chow out, but we really don't eat that much and we don't eat fancy schmancy. So some nights, and because we don't have kids either, some
now.
nights here dinner will be he'll have grilled cheese and I'll have a bowl of cereal.
Mm-hmm.
I might have had a sandwich for lunch. We might have eggs. Like that's not usually big meals.
Yeah.
We've always, since we were married, so 37 years, we've always made a point of having at least one takeout night a week,
Mm-hmm.
and it's something with leftovers. Because I'm not
Yeah.
paying me no $30 for a frickin' McDonald's one
No.
night meal, two burgers, fries. Like, screw that, Mickey D's.
No.
Or some of the other things, like, forget it. So, we'll do like a chicken and fries or something else, and
Mm-hmm.
we'll get two or three meals out of it, which makes it more cost effective. It's like, but yeah, it's, no, I definitely know. And I mean, ever since COVID, we really haven't gotten into eating big, expensive stuff. Not that we really did before, but we've
Mm-hmm.
cut back even more, especially during COVID, because you weren't
Yeah.
sure when things would be in and all the uncertainty and all the rest of it. So yeah, we just eat light and we meet a few times a week, and it's got nothing to do with being vegan or that. To me, all life is sentient. So,
Mm-hmm.
thank what's on your plate because all of it
Yeah.
has been sacrificed so you can live. So, be grateful, be mindful where you shop. But yeah, yeah, we have like maybe one big meal on the weekend. So we might whoop it up and have a roast or something fancy. But then
Mm-hmm.
again, it's going to last for a few days and either turn into sandwiches or hot roast beef. And it's all about the leftover game.
Oh yeah.
Heroic saying Nicole's take romanticize on the decline. Best thing I've heard all month. And yep, things go in cycles. What they call grimdark today used to be called, oh, there you go, sword and
Mm-hmm.
sorcery prior to the 80s. And that's it too. Even the terminology
Mm-hmm.
changes. Up, Constance is bacon. See, I don't mind bacon, but bacon does not like me. So I can only have
No.
it now and again. Chicken rice, broke staple. Yeah, but it's good. There's lots of things you can do with it. Make different sauces. Yeah, see the
Yeah.
Asian salad that I finally made first time, and I made the sauce from scratch. It was a recipe I found on YouTube,
Mm.
and I like the flavor, and it tastes like a spring roll without the wonton, but
Oh.
I've got tons of extra sauce. That'll be perfect to cook chicken and put
Mm-hmm.
rice on it, or even do a stir-fried rice and use that instead of just plain soya. So I always love finding things that you can do different
Yeah.
things. Spaghetti were the meals when I was growing up. So sick of spaghetti. See, I still like spaghetti, and yeah, I'm not a big rice eater, but you find different things, or do up potatoes and have them for a few
Yeah.
days. Leftovers, best part of Thanksgiving. Cold turkey sandwich. Yeah, see, we have leftovers a lot.
Hmm.
That's me with sugar, love it, but wants to kill me.
Yeah, I
Too
feel it.
funny. Well, speaking of food, it's almost 7:30 and I gotta eat.
Oh yes,
But hey,
420.
I think
Made it.
I think we've almost topped our last one. I know it was around 4 hours, I'm pretty sure. See, Margaret knew to bring snacks last time she was, but
Yeah.
it goes
Well,
by so fast.
yeah, it does. Yes.
Oh, here we go. Some of my siblings' children don't do leftovers. You gotta be
Um,
kidding me.
yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, wait till they get to adulting. I'm
Yeah.
betting I'm betting they grow out of that dumbass idea. I mean, in college, I ate hot dogs, Chef Boyardee out of the can, macaroni and cheese. Now then it was KD. Now I make
Mm.
my own. That's something I have
Oh.
to do tomorrow is cook some macaroni. Then
Oh
I can
yeah.
make macaroni salad for me because Mr. Picky Pants won't eat it. But he will eat the homemade mac and cheese, and thank goodness he loves hot dogs. So
Yeah.
dogs, hot
Ooh.
dogs, hot dogs. It may not be the healthiest thing, but you eat
Yeah.
what you can afford.
Yeah.
Spoiled brat behavior as to the no leftovers. Cousins are the same way. Oh my gosh. Yeah, leftover. And it's one way to save on the hydro bill because then you don't have to cook every night. Money doesn't grow on trees. You eat leftovers.
Yeah.
Exactly. Tonight's dinner, ooh, black beans,
Ooh.
spinach, marinated
Mm.
artichokes. Ooh, and just got some cheese. That sounds delish.
Yeah.
Third time eating this batch of beans, probably 3 more.
Mhm.
But again,
Yeah.
right? If you've got it there and ready, and I mean, I'll do plain macaroni and then I can turn it into whatever. Mac and
Mhm.
cheese, mac salad, different things like that. Or if we have spaghetti, always make extra sauce. Then you can have sloppy joes with the sauce, heat up the
Mhm.
spaghetti and sauce. Like there's just so many ways to do it. Thanks for the company. Great
Thank
chat.
you.
Thank you for joining, Constance. Same stuff tastes better. That
Mm.
sometimes it does taste better the
Oh yeah,
next days.
Chinese leftovers taste great
Yeah.
afterwards.
Dress it up. It's like
Yeah.
clothes. True cat. Grilled cheese with Havarti. Nice. Chicken tenders in the crock pot. I love me the crock pot. Probably gonna
Mhm.
be nachos. Tenders go with chips and cheese. Awesome. And that's it. Like
Yeah.
I love my crock pot too. I do a roast in it. I'll do homemade soups from scratch in it. The other thing I do is if there's ground beef on sale at the grocery store, I'll buy 2 honkin' big
Oh
packs,
yeah.
toss them in the crock pot, don't
Mhm.
spice them, add some onion because I add onions to everything, cook it all down, divvy it up in containers, and then boom, pull out a container. And then I can make a chili or spaghetti, whatever, and the meat's already cooked, so dinner's done in no time.
Yeah, I think
Garrett,
there's happily, but also kind of there's always, some negatives to things where when people don't realize where like the food comes from or like you have
hmm,
to like a lot of people work for their food, or like you've never been truly hungry before, and then
Yeah,
therefore like you're so incredibly picky, and then but there are people that are like, I would love that granola bar because I haven't eaten in 2 days. And you're saying
exactly.
it doesn't have enough chocolate on the granola bar. How can I survive? I'm like, I'm gonna slap. I'm gonna slap you. Um, um,
Exactly. Gareth saying with the and my stepmother was British, so yes, we had bubble and squeak, which is
mm,
a great way to use that because you have your potatoes and throw in different things. Matthew agrees, crock pots are the best. Margaret does not have a crock pot, but I did make bread in the bread machine today. See, I had a bread machine and nope, didn't use it. Hope the
mm.
bread is yummy, yummy. Normal granola round. Back home at last. Love Bubble and Squeak as a name. It's yummy. Yeah, bread machine, nice. Yeah, we tried it, but no, if we go back to making our own bread, it'll just be in a regular loaf pan. Live on a
Mhm.
farm, nice. Food comes from the garden, yeah, miss that. Cattle, etc. We used to have a massive garden. I'm gonna put in a little one this year, see how it goes. Oh, it's not the best, but I cling to the hope that I'll find my bread. Yeah, it takes practice and
Yeah.
time for sure.
Hmm.
Uh, okay, well, everyone, thank you so much for joining. This has been a blast. We just chatted away 4.5 hours. And thanks so
Hey.
much to everyone who has hung out with us. Oh, yeah, see, and Kat, I know she makes her own pizza dough and
Yum.
cookies,
Mm.
which is, yeah, if I got into making pizza dough again, that would be awesome. Aw, thanks,
Mhm.
Gareth. So,
Thank
yeah, thank
you.
you to everyone who could join us. This has been so much fun. And hey, we did talk about Hunger Games. We did
Oh yeah.
talk about Divergent. And then we talked about everything else, which was awesome. And I
Yeah.
love the interaction with all our viewers. We've had comments, we've had questions. It's been amazing. We've made some connections with other
Hmm.
people and their channels. So, yahoo! All right, we're going to do the big wave. Thanks again, everyone. Take care. And we're doing the end stream.